14:40: "Let all things be done decently (honeste) and according to order among you." Question 145 of Summa Theologica secunda secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica secunda secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 145 of honesty in 4 articles. Translator's note: honesty must be taken here in its broad sense as synonymous with moral goodness, from the point of view of decorum. We must now consider honesty, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, the relation between the honest and the virtuous. Second, its relation with the beautiful. Translator's note: as honesty here denotes moral goodness, so beauty stands for moral beauty. Third, its relation with the useful and the pleasant. Fourth, whether honesty is a part of temperance. First article: whether honesty is the same as virtue. Objection 1: It would seem that honesty is not the same as virtue. For Tully says (On the Art of Rhetoric, 253) that "the honest is what is desired for its own sake." Now virtue is desired, not for its own sake, but for the sake of happiness, for the Philosopher says (Ethic. I, 9) that "happiness is the reward and the end of virtue." Therefore honesty is not the same as virtue. Obj. 2: Further, according to Isidore in his Etymologies x, honesty means an honorable state. Now honor is due to many things besides virtue, since "it is praise that is the proper due of virtue," according to Ethic. I, 12. Therefore honesty is not the same as virtue. Obj. 3: Further, "the principal part of a virtue is the interior choice," as the Philosopher says (Ethic. viii, 13). But honesty seems to pertain rather to exterior conduct, according to 1 Corinthians 14:40: "Let all things be done decently (honeste) and according to order among you." Therefore honesty is not the same as virtue. Obj. 4: Further, honesty apparently consists in external wealth, according to Ecclesiasticus 11:14: "Good things and evil, life and death, poverty and riches are from God." But virtue does not consist in external wealth. Therefore honesty is not the same as virtue. On the contrary, Tully in his Morals, as well as in his Rhetoric 253, divides honesty into the 4 principal virtues, into which virtue is also divided. Therefore honesty is the same as virtue. I answer that, as Isidore says in his Etymologies x, honesty means an honorable state. Wherefore a thing may be said to be honest through being worthy of honor. Now honor, as stated above in Q. 144, A. 2, ad 2, is due to excellence. And the excellence of a man is gauged chiefly according to his virtue, as stated in Phys. vii, 17. Therefore, properly speaking, honesty refers to the same thing as virtue. Reply to Obj. 1: According to the Philosopher (Ethic. i, 7), of those things that are desired for their own sake, some are desired for their own sake alone, and never for the sake of something else, such as happiness, which is the last end; while some are desired not only for their own sake, inasmuch as they have an aspect of goodness in themselves, even if no further good accrued to us through them, but also for the sake of something else, inasmuch as they are conducive to some more perfect good. It is thus that the virtues are desirable for their own sake: wherefore Tully says (De Rhet. ii, 52) that "some things allure us by their own force, and attract us by their own worth, such as virtue, truth, knowledge": and this suffices to give a thing the character of honest. Reply Obj. 2: Some of the things which are honored besides virtue are more excellent than virtue, namely God and happiness, and such like things are not so well known to us by experience as virtue which we practice day by day. Hence virtue has a greater claim to the name of honesty. Other things which are beneath virtue are honored, in so far as they are a help to the practice of virtue, such as rank, power, and riches. For as the Philosopher says (Ethic. iv, 3) that these things "are honored by some people, but in truth it is only the good man who is worthy of honor." Now a man is good in respect of virtue: wherefore praise is due to virtue, in so far as the latter is desirable for the sake of something else, while honor is due to virtue for its own sake. And it is thus that virtue has the character of honesty. Reply Obj. 3: As we have stated, honest denotes that to which honor is due. Now honor is an attestation to someone's excellence, as stated above (Q. 103, AA. 1, 2). But one attests only to what one knows, and the internal choice is not made known save by external actions. Wherefore external conduct has the character of honesty, in so far as it reflects internal rectitude. For this reason honesty consists radically in the internal choice, but its expression lies in the external conduct. Reply Obj. 4: It is because the excellence of wealth is commonly regarded as making a man deserving of honor, that sometimes the name of honesty is given to external prosperity. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether the Honest Is the Same As the Beautiful? Objection 1: It would seem that the honest is not the same as the beautiful. For the aspect of honest is derived from the appetite, since the honest is "what is desirable for its own sake," according to Cicero (De Art. Rhet. ii, 53). But the beautiful regards rather the faculty of vision, to which it is pleasing. Therefore the beautiful is not the same as the honest. Obj. 2: Further, beauty requires a certain clarity, which is characteristic of glory: whereas the honest regards honor. Since, then, honor and glory differ, as stated above (Q. 103, A. 1, ad 3), it seems also that the honest and the beautiful differ. Obj. 3: Further, honesty is the same as virtue, as stated above (A. 1). But a certain beauty is contrary to virtue, wherefore it is written (Ezech. 16:15): "Trusting in thy beauty, thou playest the harlot because of thy renown." Therefore the honest is not the same as the beautiful. On the contrary, The Apostle says (1 Cor. 12:23, 24): those that are our uncomely (inhonesta) parts have more abundant comeliness (honestatem), but our comely (honesta) parts have no need." Now by uncomely parts he means the baser members, and by comely parts the beautiful members. Therefore the honest and the beautiful are apparently the same. I answer that, as may be gathered from the words of Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv), beauty or comeliness results from the concurrence of clarity and due proportion. For he states that God is said to be beautiful as being "the cause of the harmony and clarity of the universe." Hence the beauty of the body consists in a man having his bodily limbs well proportioned, together with a certain clarity of color. In like manner, spiritual beauty consists in a man's conduct or actions being well proportioned in respect of the spiritual clarity of reason. Now this is what is meant by honesty, which we have stated in Article 1 to be the same as virtue. And it is virtue that moderates according to reason all that is connected with man. Wherefore honesty is the same as spiritual beauty. Hence Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 30, "By honesty I mean intelligible beauty, which we properly designate as spiritual." And further on he adds that "many things are beautiful to the eye, which it would be hardly proper to call honest." Reply Obj. 1: The object that moves the appetite is an apprehended good. Now if a thing is perceived to be beautiful as soon as it is apprehended, it is taken to be something becoming and good. Hence Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that "the beautiful and the good are beloved by all." Wherefore the honest, inasmuch as it implies spiritual beauty, is an object of desire, and for this reason Tully says (Moral. I, 5): "Thou perceivest the form and the features, so to speak, of honesty, and were it to be seen with the eye, would, as Plato declares, arouse a wondrous love of wisdom." Reply Obj. 2: As stated above (Q. 103, A. 1, ad 3), glory is the effect of honor, because through being honored or praised, a person acquires clarity in the eyes of others. Wherefore, just as the same thing makes a man honorable and glorious, so is the same thing honest and beautiful. Reply Obj. 3: This argument applies to the beauty of the body, although it might be replied that to be proud of one's honesty is to play the harlot because of one's spiritual beauty, according to Ezechiel 28:17: "Thy heart was lifted up with thy beauty, thou hast lost thy wisdom in thy beauty." _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the Honest Differs from the Useful and the Pleasant? Objection 1: It would seem that the honest does not differ from the useful and the pleasant. For the honest is "what is desirable for its own sake," according to Cicero (De Art. Rhet. ii, 53). Now pleasure is desired for its own sake, for "it seems ridiculous to ask a man why he wishes to be pleased," as the Philosopher remarks (Ethic. x, 2). Therefore the honest does not differ from the pleasant. Obj. 2: Further, riches are comprised under the head of useful good. For Tully says (De Art. ii, 52): "There is a thing that attracts the desire, not by any force of its own, nor by its very nature, but on account of its fruitfulness and utility." and that is money. Now riches come under the head of honesty, for it is written in Ecclesiasticus 11:14, "Poverty and riches (honestas) are from God," and in Ecclesiasticus 13:2, "He shall take a burden upon him that hath fellowship with one more honorable," that is, richer than himself. Therefore the honest differs not from the useful. Obj. 3: Further, Tully proves in his Morals ii, 3 that nothing can be useful unless it be honest; and Ambrose makes the same statement On the Duties of the Clergy ii, 6. Therefore the useful differs not from the honest. On the contrary, Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 30, "The honest is that which is desirable for its own sake. The useful implies reference to something else." I answer that, The honest concurs in the same subject with the useful and the pleasant, but it differs from them in aspect. For, as stated above (A. 2), a thing is said to be honest, in so far as it has a certain beauty through being regulated by reason. Now whatever is regulated in accordance with reason is naturally becoming to man. Again, it is natural for a thing to take pleasure in that which is becoming to it. Wherefore an honest thing is naturally pleasing to man: and the Philosopher proves this with regard to acts of virtue (Ethic. i, 8). Yet not all that is pleasing is honest, since a thing may be becoming according to the senses, but not according to reason. A pleasing thing of this kind is beside man's reason, which perfects his nature. Even virtue itself, which is essentially honest, is referred to something else as its end, namely happiness. Accordingly, the honest, the useful, and the pleasant concur in the one subject. Nevertheless, they differ in aspect. For a thing is said to be honest as having a certain excellence deserving of honor on account of its spiritual beauty, while it is said to be pleasing as bringing rest to desire, and useful as referred to something else. The pleasant, however, extends to more things than the useful and the honest, since whatever is useful and honest is pleasing in some respect, whereas the converse does not hold, according to Ethic. ii, 3. Reply Obj. 1: A thing is said to be honest if it is desired for its own sake by the rational appetite, which tends to that which is in accordance with reason, while a thing is said to be pleasant if it is desired for its own sake by the sensitive appetite. Reply Obj. 2: Riches are denominated honesty according to the opinion of many who honor wealth, or because they are intended to be the instruments of virtuous deeds, as stated above (A. 1, ad 2). Reply Obj. 3: Tully and Ambrose mean to say that nothing incompatible with honesty can be simply and truly useful, since it follows that it is contrary to man's last end, which is a good in accordance with reason, although it may perhaps be useful in some respect with regard to a particular end. But they do not mean to say that every useful thing as such may be classed among those that are honest. Fourth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Honesty Should Be Reckoned a Part of Temperance? Objection 1: It would seem that honesty should not be reckoned a part of temperance. For it is not possible for a thing to be a part and whole in respect of one same thing. Now temperance is a part of honesty, according to Tully and On the Art of Rhetoric ii, 53. Therefore honesty is not a part of temperance. Obj. 2: Further, it is stated in 3 Esdra 3:21 that "wine makes all thoughts honest." But the use of wine, especially in excess, in which sense the passage quoted should seemingly be taken, pertains to intemperance rather than to temperance. Therefore honesty is not a part of temperance. Obj. 3: Further, the honest is that which is deserving of honor. Now "it is the just and the brave who receive most honor," according to the Philosopher (Rhetoric. i, 9). Therefore honesty pertains not to temperance, but rather to justice and fortitude. Wherefore Eleazar said, as related in 2 Maccabees 6:28, "I suffer an honorable (honesta) death for the most venerable and most holy laws." On the contrary, Macrobius reckons honesty a part of temperance, and Ambrose (On the Duties of the Clergy 143) ascribes honesty as pertaining especially to temperance. I answer that, as stated above (A. 2), honesty is a kind of spiritual beauty. Now the disgraceful is opposed to the beautiful, and opposites are most manifest of one another. Wherefore seemingly honesty belongs especially to temperance, since the latter repels that which is most disgraceful and unbecoming to man, namely animal lusts. Hence by its very name, temperance is most significative of the good of reason, to which it belongs to moderate and temper evil desires. Accordingly, honesty, as being ascribed for a special reason to temperance, is reckoned as a part thereof, not as a subjective part, nor as an annexed virtue, but as an integral part or condition attaching thereto. Reply Obj. 1: Temperance is accounted a subjective part of honesty, taken in a wide sense. It is not thus that the latter is reckoned a part of temperance. Reply Obj. 2: When a man is intoxicated, "the wine makes his thoughts honest," according to his own reckoning, because he deems himself great and deserving of honor. Reply Obj. 3: Greater honor is due to justice and fortitude than to temperance, because they excel in the point of a greater good. Yet greater honor is due to temperance, because the vices which it holds in check are the most deserving of reproach, as stated above. Thus honesty is more to be ascribed to temperance, according to the rule given by the Apostle in 1 Corinthians 12:23, when he says that "our uncomely parts have more abundant comeliness," which, namely, destroys whatever is uncomely. End of question 145. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 146 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 146 of Abstinence, in 2 articles. We must now consider the subjective parts of temperance. First, those which are about pleasures of food. Secondly, those which are about pleasures of sex. The first consideration will include abstinence, which is about meat and drink, and sobriety, which is specifically about drink. With regard to abstinence, 3 points have to be considered. 1. Abstinence itself. 2. Its act, which is fasting. 3. Its opposite vice, which is gluttony. Under the first head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether abstinence is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. First article: whether abstinence is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that abstinence is not a virtue. For the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 4:20, "The kingdom of God is not in speech but in power (virtute)." Now the kingdom of God does not consist in abstinence, for the Apostle says in Rom. 14:17, "The kingdom of God is not meat and drink"; where a gloss observes that "justice consists neither in abstaining nor in eating." Therefore abstinence is not a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says in his Confessions (10:11), addressing himself to God, "This hast thou taught me, that I should set myself to take food as physic." Now it belongs not to virtue, but to the medical art to regulate medicine. Therefore, in like manner, to regulate one's food, which belongs to abstinence, is not an act of virtue, but of art. Obj. 3: Further, every virtue observes the mean, as stated in Ethic. ii, 6, 7. But abstinence seemingly inclines not to the mean, but to deficiency, since it denotes retrenchment. Therefore abstinence is not a virtue. Obj. 4: Further, no virtue excludes another virtue. But abstinence excludes patience: for Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule (3:19) that "impatience not unfrequently dislodges the abstainer's mind from its peaceful seclusion." Likewise he says in his Pastoral Rule (3:19) that "sometimes the sin of pride pierces the thoughts of the abstainer": so that abstinence excludes humility. Therefore abstinence is not a virtue. On the contrary, It is written (2 Peter 1:5, 6): "Join with your faith virtue, and with virtue knowledge, and with knowledge abstinence," where abstinence is numbered among other virtues. Therefore abstinence is a virtue. I answer that, Abstinence, by its very name, denotes retrenchment of food. Hence the term abstinence may be taken in 2 ways. First, as denoting retrenchment of food absolutely, and in this way it signifies neither a virtue nor a virtuous act, but something indifferent. Secondly, it may be taken as regulated by reason, and then it signifies either a virtuous habit or a virtuous act. This is the meaning of Peter's words quoted above, where he says that we ought to join abstinence with knowledge, namely, that in abstaining from food a man should act with due regard for those among whom he lives, for his own person, and for the requirements of health. Reply Obj. 1: The use of and abstinence from food, considered in themselves, do not pertain to the kingdom of God, since the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 8:8, "Meat doth not commend us to God: for neither, if we eat not, shall we have the less, nor if we eat, shall we have the more," that is, spiritually. Nevertheless they both belong to the kingdom of God in so far as they are done reasonably through faith and love of God. Reply Obj. 2: The regulation of food, in the point of quantity and quality, belongs to the art of medicine as regards the health of the body; but in the point of internal affections with regard to the good of reason, it belongs to abstinence. Hence Augustine says (Questions on the Gospel ii, 11): "It makes no difference whatever to virtue, what or how much food a man takes, so long as he does it with due regard for the people among whom he lives, for his own person, and for the requirements of his health. But it matters how readily and uncomplainingly he does without food when bound by duty or necessity to abstain." Reply Obj. 3: It belongs to temperance to bridle the pleasures which are too alluring to the soul, just as it belongs to fortitude to strengthen the soul against fears that deter it from the good of reason. Wherefore, just as fortitude is commended on account of a certain excess, from which all the parts of fortitude take their name, so temperance is commended for a kind of deficiency, from which all its parts are denominated. Hence abstinence, since it is a part of temperance, is named from deficiency, and yet it observes the mean, in so far as it is in accord with right reason. Reply Obj. 4: Those vices result from abstinence in so far as it is not in accord with right reason. For right reason makes one abstain as one ought, that is, with gladness of heart, and for the due end, that is, for God's glory and not one's own. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Abstinence Is a Special Virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that abstinence is not a special virtue. For every virtue is praiseworthy by itself. But abstinence is not praiseworthy by itself, for Gregory says (Pastor. iii, 19) that "the virtue of abstinence is praised only on account of the other virtues." Therefore abstinence is not a special virtue. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says that "the saints abstained from meat and drink, not that any creature of God is evil, but merely in order to chastise the body." Now this belongs to chastity, as its very name denotes. Therefore abstinence is not a special virtue distinct from chastity. Obj. 3: Further, as a man should be content with moderate meat, so should he be satisfied with moderate clothes, according to 1 Timothy 6:8: "Having food, and wherewith to be covered, with these should we be content." Now there is no special virtue in being content with moderate clothes. Neither, therefore, is there in abstinence which moderates food. On the contrary, Macrobius reckons abstinence as a special part of temperance. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 136, A. 1; as well as in Q. 141, A. 3), moral virtue maintains the good of reason against the onslaught of the passions. Hence whenever we find a special motive why a passion departs from the good of reason, there is need of a special virtue. Now pleasures of the table are of a nature to withdraw man from the good of reason, both because they are so great, and because food is necessary to man who needs it for the maintenance of life, which he desires above all other things. Therefore abstinence is a special virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Virtues are of necessity connected together, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. Wherefore, one virtue receives help and commendation from another, as justice from fortitude. Accordingly, in this way, the virtue of abstinence receives commendation on account of the other virtues. Reply Obj. 2: The body is chastised by means of abstinence, not only against the allurements of lust, but also against those of gluttony, since by abstaining a man gains strength for overcoming the onslaughts of gluttony, which increase in force the more he yields to them. Yet abstinence is not prevented from being a special virtue through being a help to chastity, since one virtue helps another. Reply Obj. 3: The use of clothing was devised by art, whereas the use of food is from nature. Hence it is more necessary to have a special virtue for the moderation of food than for the moderation of clothing. End of question 146. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 147 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 147. Of fasting, in 8 articles. We must now consider fasting, under which head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether fasting is an act of virtue. Second, of what virtue is it the act? Third, whether it is a matter of precept. Fourth, whether anyone is excused from fulfilling this precept. Fifth, the time of fasting. Sixth, whether it is requisite for fasting to eat but once. Seventh, the hour of eating for those who fast. Eighth, the meats from which it is necessary to abstain. First article: whether fasting is an act of virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that fasting is not an act of virtue. For every act of virtue is acceptable to God. But fasting is not always acceptable to God, according to Isaiah 58:3. Why have we fasted, and thou hast not regarded? Therefore, fasting is not an act of virtue. Objection 2: Further, no act of virtue forsakes the mean of virtue. Now fasting forsakes the mean of virtue, which in the virtue of abstinence takes account of the necessity of supplying the needs of nature, whereas by fasting something is retrenched therefrom. Else those who do not fast would not have the virtue of abstinence. Therefore fasting is not an act of virtue. Obj. 3: Further, that which is competent to all, both good and evil, is not an act of virtue. Now such is fasting, since everyone is fasting before eating. Therefore fasting is not an act of virtue. On the contrary, it is reckoned together with other virtuous acts, in 2 Corinthians 6:5, 6, where the Apostle says: "In fasting, in knowledge, in chastity," etc. I answer that, an act is virtuous through being directed by reason to some virtuous good. Virtuous comes from the Latin word honestum. Now this is consistent with fasting, because fasting is practiced for a threefold purpose. First, in order to bridle the lusts of the flesh, wherefore the Apostle says (2 Corinthians 6:5, 6), "in fasting, in chastity," since fasting is the guardian of chastity. For according to Jerome, "Venus is cold when Ceres and Bacchus are not there," that is to say, lust is cooled by abstinence in meat and drink. Secondly, we have recourse to fasting in order that the mind may arise more freely to the contemplation of heavenly things. Hence it is related in Daniel chapter 10 that he received a revelation from God after fasting for 3 weeks. Thirdly, in order to satisfy for sins. Wherefore it is written in the prophet Joel 2:12, "Be converted to me with all your heart, in fasting, and in weeping, and in mourning." The same is declared by Augustine in a sermon (Sermon 72). "Fasting cleanses the soul, raises the mind, subjects one flesh to the spirit, renders the heart contrite and humble, scatters the clouds of concupiscence, quenches the fire of lust, kindles the true light of chastity." Reply Obj. 1: An act that is virtuous generically may be rendered vicious by its connection with certain circumstances. Hence the text goes on to say, "Behold, in the day of your fast your own will is founded"; and a little further on, in Isaiah 58:4, "You fast for debates and strife, and strike with the fist wickedly." These words are expounded by Gregory in his Pastoral Rule (3:19) as follows: "The will indicates joy, and the fist anger. In vain, then, is the flesh restrained, if the mind allowed to drift to inordinate movements be wrecked by vice." And Augustine says in the same sermon that "fasting loves not many words, deems wealth superfluous, scorns pride, commends humility, helps man to perceive what is frail and paltry." Reply Obj. 2: The mean of virtue is measured not according to quantity but according to right reason, as stated in Ethic. ii, 6. Now reason judges it expedient, on account of some special motive, for a man to take less food than would be becoming to him under ordinary circumstances, for instance, in order to avoid sickness, or in order to perform certain bodily works with greater ease; and much more does reason direct this to the avoidance of spiritual evils and the pursuit of spiritual goods. Yet reason does not retrench food as to refuse nature its necessary support. Thus Jerome says, "It matters not whether thou art a long or a short time in destroying thyself: since to afflict the body immoderately, whether by excessive lack of nourishment, or by eating or sleeping too little, is to offer a sacrifice of stolen goods." The quotation is from the Corpus of Canon Law, the chapter Non mediocriter de consecrationibus. Gratian there ascribes the quotation to St. Jerome, but it is not to be found in the saint's works. In like manner, right reason does not retrench so much from a man's food as to render him incapable of fulfilling his duty. Hence Jerome says, in the same reference, "Rational man forfeits his dignity, if he sets fasting before chastity, or night watchings before the well-being of his senses." Reply Obj. 3: The fasting of nature, in respect of which a man is said to be fasting until he partakes of food, consists in a pure negation, wherefore it cannot be reckoned a virtuous act. Such is only the fasting of one who abstains in some measure from food for a reasonable purpose. Hence the former is called natural fasting, jejunium jejunii literally, the fast of fasting, while the latter is called the faster's fast, because he fasts for a purpose. Second article. Whether fasting is an act of abstinence? Objection 1. It would seem that fasting is not an act of abstinence. For Jerome, commenting on Matthew, chapter 17, verse 20, this kind of devil, says: "To fast is to abstain not only from food, but also from all manner of lusts." Now this belongs to every virtue. Therefore fasting is not exclusively an act of abstinence. Obj. 2: Further, Gregory says in a Lenten homily (Hom. 16 on the Gospel) that "the Lenten fast is a tithe of the whole year." Now paying tithes is an act of religion, as stated above (Q. 87, A. 1). Therefore fasting is an act of religion and not of abstinence. Obj. 3: Further, abstinence is a part of temperance, as stated above (Q. 143 and Q. 146, A. 1, ad 3). Now temperance is condivided with fortitude, to which it belongs to endure hardships, and this seems very applicable to fasting. Therefore fasting is not an act of abstinence. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies (619) that "fasting is frugality of fare and abstinence from food." I answer that, Habit and act have the same matter: wherefore every virtuous act about some particular matter belongs to the virtue that appoints the mean in that matter. Now fasting is concerned with food, wherein the mean is appointed by abstinence: wherefore it is evident that fasting is an act of abstinence. Reply Obj. 1: Properly speaking, fasting consists in abstaining from food: but speaking metaphorically, it denotes abstinence from anything harmful, and such especially is sin. We may also reply that even properly speaking, fasting is abstinence from all manner of lust, since, as stated above (A. 1, ad 1), an act ceases to be virtuous by the conjunction of any vice. Reply Obj. 2: Nothing prevents the act of one virtue belonging to another virtue, in so far as it is directed to the end of that virtue, as explained above (Q. 32, A. 1, ad 2), as well as in Q. 85, A. 3. Accordingly, there is no reason why fasting should not be an act of religion, or of chastity, or of any other virtue. Reply Obj. 3: It belongs to fortitude, as a special virtue, to endure, not any kind of hardship, but only those connected with the danger of death. To endure hardships resulting from privation of pleasure of touch belongs to temperance and its parts, and such are the hardships of fasting. Third article. Whether fasting is a matter of precept? Objection 1. It would seem that fasting is not a matter of precept. For precepts are not given about works of supererogation, which are a matter of counsel. Now fasting is a work of supererogation, else it would have to be equally observed at all places and times. Therefore fasting is not a matter of precept. Obj. 2: Further, whoever infringes a precept commits a mortal sin. Therefore, if fasting were a matter of precept, all who do not fast would sin mortally, and a widespreading snare would be laid for all men. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says (De Vera Relig. 17) that "the wisdom of God having taken human nature, and called us to a state of freedom, instituted a few most salutary sacraments whereby the community of the Christian people, that is, of the free multitude, should be bound together in subjection to one God." Now the liberty of the Christian people seems to be hindered by a greater number of observances, no less than by a greater number of sacraments. For Augustine says (Ep. 55) that "whereas God in His mercy wished our religion to be distinguished by its freedom and the evidence and small number of its solemn sacraments, some people render it oppressive with slavish burdens." Therefore it seems that the Church should not have made fasting a matter of precept. On the contrary, Jerome (Ep. 71) speaking of fasting says: "Let each province keep to its own practice, and look upon the commands of the elders as though they were laws of the apostles." Therefore fasting is a matter of precept. I answer that, just as it belongs to the secular authority to make legal precepts which apply the natural law to matters of common weal in temporal affairs, so it belongs to ecclesiastical superiors to prescribe by statute those things that concern the common weal of the faithful in spiritual goods. Now it has been stated above (A. 1) that fasting is useful as atoning for and preventing sin, and as raising the mind to spiritual things. And everyone is bound by the natural dictate of reason to practice fasting as far as it is necessary for these purposes. Wherefore fasting in general is a matter of precept of the natural law, while the fixing of the time and manner of fasting as becoming and profitable to the Christian people is a matter of precept of positive law established by ecclesiastical authority. The latter is the Church fast; the former is the fast prescribed by nature. Reply Obj. 1: Fasting, considered in itself, denotes something not eligible but penal; yet it becomes eligible in so far as it is useful to some end. Wherefore, considered absolutely, it is not binding under precept; but it is binding under precept to each one that stands in need of such a remedy. And since men, for the most part, need this remedy, both because "in many things we all offend," according to James 3:2, and because "the flesh lusteth against the Spirit," according to Galatians 5:17, it was fitting that the Church should appoint certain fasts to be kept by all in common. In doing this, the Church does not make a precept of a matter of supererogation, but particularizes in detail that which is of general obligation. Reply Obj. 2: Those commandments which are given under the form of a general precept do not bind all persons in the same way, but subject to the requirements of the end intended by the lawgiver. It will be a mortal sin to disobey a commandment through contempt of the lawgiver's authority, or to disobey it in such a way as to frustrate the end intended by him. But it is not a mortal sin if one fails to keep a commandment when there is a reasonable motive, and especially if the lawgiver would not insist on its observance if he were present. Hence it is that not all who do not keep the fasts of the Church sin mortally. Reply Obj. 3: Augustine is speaking there of those things "that are neither contained in the authorities of Holy Scripture, nor found among the ordinances of bishops and council, nor sanctioned by the custom of the universal Church." On the other hand, the fasts that are of obligation are appointed by the councils of bishops and are sanctioned by the custom of the universal Church. Nor are they opposed to the freedom of the faithful; rather are they of use in hindering the slavery of sin, which is opposed to spiritual freedom, of which it is written in Gal. 5:13: "You, brethren, have been called unto liberty: only make not liberty an occasion to the flesh." _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether All Are Bound to Keep the Fasts of the Church? Objection 1: It would seem that all are bound to keep the fasts of the Church. For the commandments of the Church are binding, even as the commandments of God, according to Luke 10:16: "He that heareth you, heareth me." Now all are bound to keep the commandments of God. Therefore, in like manner, all are bound to keep the fasts appointed by the Church. Obj. 2: Further, children especially are seemingly not exempt from fasting, on account of their age: for it is written (Joel 2:15): "Sanctify a fast"; and further on (Joel 2:16): "Gather together the little ones, and them that suck the breasts." Much more, therefore, are all others bound to keep the fasts. Obj. 3: Further, spiritual things should be preferred to temporal, and necessary things to those that are not necessary. Now bodily works are directed to temporal gain, and pilgrimages, though directed to spiritual things, are not a matter of necessity. Therefore, since fasting is directed to a spiritual gain, and is made a necessary thing by the commandment of the Church, it seems that the fasts of the Church ought not to be omitted on account of a pilgrimage or bodily works. Obj. 4: Further, it is better to do a thing willingly than through necessity, as stated in 2 Cor. 9:7. Now the poor are wont to fast through necessity, owing to lack of food. Much more, therefore, ought they to fast willingly. On the contrary, it seems that no righteous man is bound to fast. For the commandments of the Church are not binding in opposition to Christ's teaching. But our Lord said (Luke 5:34) that "the children of the bridegroom cannot fast whilst the bridegroom is with them." Now He is with all the righteous by dwelling in them in a special manner: wherefore our Lord said (Matt. 28:20): "Behold, I am with you, even to the consummation of the world." Therefore the righteous are not bound by the commandment of the Church to fast. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae (Q. 90, A. 2; Q. 98, AA. 2 and 6), general precepts are framed according to the requirements of the many. Wherefore in making such precepts, the lawgiver considers what happens generally and for the most part, and he does not intend the precept to be binding on a person in whom, for some special reason, there is something incompatible with the observance of the precept. Yet discretion must be brought to bear on the point. For if the reason be evident, it is lawful for a man to use his own judgment in omitting to fulfill the precept, especially if custom be in his favor, or if it be difficult for him to have recourse to a superior authority. On the other hand, if the reason be doubtful, one should have recourse to the superior who has power to grant a dispensation in such cases. And this must be done in the fasts appointed by the Church, to which all are bound in general, unless there be some special obstacle to this observance. Reply Obj. 1: The commandments of God are precepts of the natural law, which are, of themselves, necessary for salvation. But the commandments of the Church are about matters which are necessary for salvation, not of themselves, but only through the ordinance of the Church. Hence there may be certain obstacles on account of which certain persons are not bound to keep the fasts in question. Reply Obj. 2: In children there is a most evident reason for not fasting, both on account of their natural weakness, owing to which they need to take food frequently, and not much at a time, and because they need much nourishment owing to the demands of growth, which results from the residuum of nourishment. Wherefore as long as the stage of growth lasts, which as a rule lasts until they have completed the third period of 7 years, they are not bound to keep the Church fasts, and yet it is fitting that even during that time they should exercise themselves in fasting, more or less, in accordance with their age. Nevertheless, when some great calamity threatens, even children are commanded to fast, in sign of more severe penance, according to Jonah 3:7: "Let neither men nor beasts taste anything, nor drink water." Reply Obj. 3: Apparently a distinction should be made with regard to pilgrims and working people. For if the pilgrimage or laborious work can be conveniently deferred or lessened without detriment to the bodily health and such external conditions as are necessary for the upkeep of bodily or spiritual life, there is no reason for omitting the fasts of the Church. But if one be under the necessity of starting on the pilgrimage at once, and of making long stages, or of doing much work, either for one's bodily livelihood, or for some need of the spiritual life, and it be impossible at the same time to keep the fasts of the Church, one is not bound to fast, because in ordering fasts the Church would not seem to have intended to prevent other pious and more necessary undertakings. Nevertheless, in such cases one ought seemingly to seek the superior's dispensation, except perhaps when the above course is recognized by custom, since when superiors are silent they would seem to consent. Reply Obj. 4: Those poor who can provide themselves with sufficient for one meal are not excused, on account of poverty, from keeping the fasts of the Church. On the other hand, those would seem to be exempt who beg their food piecemeal, since they are unable at any one time to have a sufficiency of food. Reply Obj. 5: This saying of our Lord may be expounded in 3 ways. First, according to Chrysostom, in his Homily 30 on the Gospel of Matthew, who says that "the disciples, who are called children of the bridegroom, were as yet of weakly disposition, wherefore they are compared to an old garment." Hence, while Christ was with them in body, they were to be fostered with kindness rather than drilled with the harshness of fasting. According to this interpretation, it is fitting that dispensations should be granted to the imperfect and to beginners, rather than to the elders and the perfect, according to a gloss on Psalm 130:2, "as a child that is weaned is towards his mother." Secondly, we may say with Jerome that our Lord is speaking here of the fasts of the observances of the Old Law. Wherefore our Lord means to say that the apostles were not to be held back by the old observances, since they were to be filled with the newness of grace. Thirdly, according to Augustine, who states that fasting is of two kinds. One pertains to those who are humbled by disquietude, and this is not befitting perfect men, for they are called "children of the bridegroom." Hence when we read in Luke, "The children of the bridegroom cannot fast," we read in Matthew 9:15, "The children of the bridegroom cannot mourn." The other pertains to the mind that rejoices in adhering to spiritual things, and this fasting is befitting the perfect. Fifth article. Whether the times for the church fast are fittingly ascribed? Objection 1: It would seem that the times for the church fast are unfittingly appointed. For we read in Matthew chapter 4 that Christ began to fast immediately after being baptized. Now we ought to imitate Christ, according to 1 Corinthians chapter 4:16, "Be ye followers of me, as I also am of Christ." Therefore we ought to fast immediately after the Epiphany, when Christ's baptism is celebrated. Obj. 2: Further, it is unlawful in the New Law to observe the ceremonies of the Old Law. Now it belongs to the solemnities of the Old Law to fast in certain particular months, for it is written (Zech. 8:19): "The fast of the 4th month, and the fast of the 5th, and the fast of the 7th, and the fast of the 10th, shall be to the house of Judah joy and gladness and great solemnities." Therefore the fast of certain months, which are called Ember Days, are unfittingly kept in the Church. Obj. 3: Further, according to Augustine, just as there is a fast of sorrow, so is there a fast of joy. Now it is most becoming that the faithful should rejoice spiritually in Christ's resurrection. Therefore, during the 5 weeks which the Church solemnizes on account of Christ's resurrection, and on Sundays which commemorate the resurrection, fasts ought to be appointed. On the contrary, stands the general custom of the Church. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 3, fasting is directed to two things: the deletion of sin, and the raising of the mind to heavenly things. Wherefore fasting ought to be appointed specially for those times when it behooves man to be cleansed from sin, and the minds of the faithful to be raised to God by devotion: and these things are particularly requisite before the feast of Easter, when sins are loosed by baptism, which is solemnly conferred on Easter Eve, on which day our Lord's burial is commemorated, because "we are buried together with Christ by baptism unto death," according to Rom. 6:4. Moreover, at the Easter festival the mind of man ought to be devoutly raised to the glory of eternity, which Christ restored by rising from the dead, and so the Church ordered a fast to be observed immediately before the Paschal feast; and for the same reason, on the eve of the chief festivals, because it is then that one ought to make ready to keep the coming feast devoutly. Again, it is the custom in the Church for holy orders to be conferred every quarter of the year, in sign whereof our Lord fed 4,000 men with 7 loaves, which signify the New Testament year, as Jerome says, in his commentary on the Gospel of Mark. And then both the ordainer and the candidates for ordination, and even the whole people, for whose good they are ordained, need to fast in order to make themselves ready for the ordination. Hence it is related in Luke 6:12 that, before choosing His disciples, our Lord "went out into a mountain to pray." And Ambrose, in his exposition on the Gospel of Luke, commenting on these words, says: "What shouldest thou do, when thou desirest to undertake some pious work, since Christ prayed before sending His apostles?" With regard to the 40 days' fast, according to Gregory (in his Homily 16 on the Gospel), there are 3 reasons for the number. First, because the power of the Decalogue is accomplished in the 4 books of the Holy Gospels, since 40 is the product of 10 multiplied by 4. Or, because we are composed of 4 elements in this mortal body, through whose lusts we transgress the Lord's commandments which are delivered to us in the Decalogue. Wherefore it is fitting we should punish that same body 40 times. Or because, just as under the law it was commanded that tithes should be paid of things, so we strive to pay God a tithe of days, for since a year is composed of 366 days, by punishing ourselves for 36 days, namely, the fasting days during the 6 weeks of Lent. We pay God a tithe of our year. According to Augustine (On the Christian Faith, 2:16), a 4th reason may be added. For the Creator is the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, while the number 3 refers to the invisible creature, since we are commanded to love God with our whole heart, with our whole soul, and with our whole mind. And the number 4 refers to the visible creature, by reason of heat, cold, wet, and dry. Thus the number 10 [Translators note: 10 is the sum of 3, 3, and 4] signifies all things, and if this be multiplied by 4, which refers to the body whereby we make use of things, we have the number 40. Each fast of the ember days is composed of 3 days, on account of the number of months in each season, or on account of the number of holy orders which are conferred at these times. Reply Obj. 1: Christ needed not baptism for His own sake, but in order to commend baptism to us. Wherefore it was competent for Him to fast, not before, but after His baptism, in order to invite us to fast before our baptism. Reply Obj. 2: The Church keeps the ember fasts, neither at the very same time as the Jews, nor for the same reasons. For they fasted in July, which is the 4th month from April, which they count as the 1st: because it was then that Moses, coming down from Mount Sinai, broke the tables of the law, as is reported in Exodus chapter 32; and that, according to Jeremiah 39:2, "the walls of the city were first broken through." In the 5th month, which we call August, they fasted because they were commanded not to go up onto the mountain, when the people had rebelled on account of the spies, as recounted in Numbers chapter 14. Also in this month the temple of Jerusalem was burnt down by Nabuchodonosor (Jeremiah chapter 52), and afterwards by Titus. In the 7th month, which we call October, Godalias was slain, and the remnants of the people were dispersed, as recounted in Jeremiah chapter 51. In the 10th month, which we call January, the people who were with Ezekiel in captivity heard of the destruction of the temple, as recounted in Ezekiel chapter 4. Reply Obj. 3: The fasting of joy proceeds from the instigation of the Holy Ghost, who is the Spirit of liberty, wherefore this fasting should not be a matter of precept. Accordingly, the fasts appointed by the commandment of the Church are rather fasts of sorrow, which are inconsistent with days of joy. For this reason, fasting is not ordered by the Church during the whole of the Paschal season, nor on Sundays. And if anyone were to fast at these times in contradiction to the custom of Christian people, which, as Augustine declares (Ep. 36), is to be considered as law, or even through some erroneous opinion, thus the Manichees fast because they deem such fasting to be of obligation, he would not be free from sin. Nevertheless, fasting considered in itself is commendable at all times. Thus Jerome wrote (Ep. 71): "Would that we might fast always." _Sixth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 6] Whether It Is Requisite for Fasting That One Eat But Once? Objection 1: It would seem that it is not requisite for fasting that one eat but once. For, as stated above (A. 2), fasting is an act of the virtue of abstinence, which observes due quantity of food not less than the number of meals. Now the quantity of food is not limited for those who fast. Therefore neither should the number of meals be limited. Obj. 2: Further, just as man is nourished by meat, so is he by drink. Wherefore drink breaks the fast, and for this reason we cannot receive the Eucharist after drinking. Now we are not forbidden to drink at various hours of the day. Therefore those who fast should not be forbidden to eat several times. Obj. 3: Further, digestives are a kind of food, and yet many take them on fasting days after eating. Therefore it is not essential to fasting to take only one meal. On the contrary stands the custom of the Christian people. I answer that, Fasting is instituted by the Church in order to bridle concupiscence, yet so as to safeguard nature. Now only one meal is seemingly sufficient for this purpose, since thereby man is able to satisfy nature: and yet he withdraws something from concupiscence by minimizing the number of meals. Therefore it is appointed by the Church, in her moderation, that those who fast should take one meal in the day. Reply Obj. 1: It was not possible to fix the same quantity of food for all, on account of the various bodily temperaments, the result being that one person needs more, and another less food: whereas, for the most part, all are able to satisfy nature by only one meal. Reply Obj. 2: Fasting is of two kinds. One is the natural fast, which is requisite for receiving the Eucharist. This is broken by any kind of drink, even of water, after which it is not lawful to receive the Eucharist. The fast of the Church is another kind, and is called the fasting of the faster, and this is not broken save by such things as the Church intended to forbid in instituting the fast. Now the Church does not intend to command abstinence from drink, for this is taken more for bodily refreshment, and digestion of the food consumed, although it nourishes somewhat. It is, however, possible to sin and lose the merit of fasting, by partaking of too much drink, and also by eating immoderately at one meal. Reply Obj. 3: Although digestives nourish somewhat, they are not taken chiefly for nourishment, but for digestion. Hence one does not break one's fast by taking them or any other medicines, unless one were to take digestives, with a fraudulent intention, in great quantity and by way of food. Seventh Article. Whether the ninth hour is suitably fixed for the faster's meal? Objection 1. It would seem that the ninth hour is not suitably fixed for the faster's meal. For the state of the New Law is more perfect than the state of the Old Law. Now in the Old Testament they fasted until evening, for it is written (Leviticus 23:32): "It is a Sabbath, and you shall afflict your souls." And then the text continues: "From evening until evening you shall celebrate your Sabbaths." Much more, therefore, under the New Testament should the fast be ordered until the evening. Obj. 2: Further, the fast ordered by the Church is binding on all. But all are not able to know exactly the ninth hour. Therefore it seems that the fixing of the ninth hour should not form part of the commandment to fast. Obj. 3: Further, fasting is an act of the virtue of abstinence, as stated above (A. 2). Now the mean of moral virtue does not apply in the same way to all, since what is much for one is little for another, as stated 6. Therefore the ninth hour should not be fixed for those who fast. On the contrary, the Council of Chalons says: "During Lent those are by no means to be credited with fasting, who eat before the celebration of the office of Vespers," which in the Lenten season is said after the ninth hour. Therefore we ought to fast until the ninth hour. I answer that, as stated above (AA. 1, 3, 5), fasting is directed to the deletion and prevention of sin. Hence it ought to add something to the common custom, yet so as not to be a heavy burden to nature. Now the right and common custom is for men to eat about the sixth hour, both because digestion is seemingly finished, the natural heat being withdrawn inwardly at night time on account of the surrounding cold of the night, and the humor spread about through the limbs, to which result the heat of the day conduces until the sun has reached its zenith; and again, because it is then chiefly that the nature of the human body needs assistance against the external heat that is in the air, lest the humors be parched within. Hence, in order that those who fast may feel some pain in satisfaction for their sins, the ninth hour is suitably fixed for their meal. Moreover, this hour agrees with the mystery of Christ's Passion, which was brought to a close at the ninth hour, when "bowing his head, he gave up the ghost," according to John 19:30. Because those who fast by punishing their flesh are conformed to the Passion of Christ, according to Gal. 5:24: "They that are Christ's have crucified their flesh with the vices and concupiscences." Reply Obj. 1: The state of the Old Testament is compared to the night, while the state of the New Testament is compared to the day, according to Rom. 13:12: "The night is past and the day is at hand." Therefore in the Old Testament they fasted until night, but not in the New Testament. Reply Obj. 2: Fasting requires a fixed hour, based not on strict calculation, but on a rough estimate, for it suffices that it be about the ninth hour, and this is easy for anyone to ascertain. Reply Obj. 3: A little more or a little less cannot do much harm. Now it is not a long space of time from the 6th hour, at which men for the most part are wont to eat, until the 9th hour, which is fixed for those who fast. Wherefore the fixing of such a time cannot do much harm to anyone, whatever his circumstances may be. If, however, this were to prove a heavy burden to a man on account of sickness, age, or some similar reason, he should be dispensed from fasting, or be allowed to forestall the hour by a little. Eighth Article. Whether it is fitting that those who fast should be bidden to abstain from flesh meat, eggs, and milk foods? Objection 1. It would seem unfitting that those who fast should be bidden to abstain from flesh meat, eggs, and milk foods. For it has been stated above (A. 6) that fasting was instituted as a curb on the concupiscence of the flesh. Now concupiscence is kindled by drinking wine more than by eating flesh. According to Proverbs 20:1, "Wine is a luxurious thing"; and in Ephesians 5:18, "Be not drunk with wine, wherein is luxury." Since, then, those who fast are not forbidden to drink wine, it seems that they should not be forbidden to eat flesh meat. Obj. 2: Further, some fish are as delectable to eat as the flesh of certain animals. Now "concupiscence is desire of the delectable," as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 30, A. 1. Therefore, since fasting, which was instituted in order to bridle concupiscence, does not exclude the eating of fish, neither should it exclude the eating of flesh meat. Obj. 3: Further, on certain fasting days, people make use of eggs and cheese. Therefore one can likewise make use of them during the Lenten fast. On the contrary, stands the common custom of the faithful. I answer that, as stated above (A. 6), fasting was instituted by the Church in order to bridle the concupiscences of the flesh, with regard to pleasures of touch in connection with food and sex. Wherefore the Church forbade those who fast to partake of those foods which both afford most pleasure to the palate, and besides are a very great incentive to lust. Such are the flesh of animals that take their rest on the earth, and of those that breathe the air, and their products, such as milk from those that walk on the earth, and eggs from birds. For, since such like animals are more like man in body, they afford greater pleasure as food, and greater nourishment to the human body, so that from their consumption there results a greater surplus available for seminal matter, which when abundant becomes a great incentive to lust. Hence the Church has bidden those who fast to abstain especially from these foods. Reply Obj. 1: Three things concur in the act of procreation, namely, heat, spirit, and humor. Wine and other things that heat the body conduce especially to heat. Flatulent foods seemingly cooperate in the production of the vital spirit. But it is chiefly the use of flesh meat which is most productive of nourishment, that conduces to the production of humor. Now the alteration occasioned by heat, and the increase in vital spirits are of short duration, whereas the substance of the humor remains a long time. Hence those who fast are forbidden the use of flesh meat rather than of wine or vegetables, which are flatulent foods. Reply Obj. 2: In the institution of fasting, the Church takes account of the more common occurrences. Now generally speaking, eating flesh meat affords more pleasure than eating fish, although this is not always the case. Hence the Church forbade those who fast to eat flesh meat rather than to eat fish. Reply Obj. 3: Eggs and milk foods are forbidden to those who fast, forasmuch as they originate from animals that provide us with flesh, wherefore the prohibition of flesh meat takes precedence in the prohibition of eggs and milk foods. Again, the Lenten fast is the most solemn of all, both because it is kept in imitation of Christ, and because it disposes us to celebrate devoutly the mysteries of our redemption. For this reason, the eating of flesh meat is forbidden in every fast, while the Lenten fast lays a general prohibition even on eggs and milk foods. As to the use of the latter things in other fasts, the custom varies among different people, and each person is bound to conform to that custom which is in vogue with those among whom he is dwelling. Hence Jerome says: "Let each province keep to its own practice, and look upon the commands of the elders as though they were the laws of the apostles." End of question 147. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 148 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 148. Of gluttony, in 6 articles. We must now consider gluttony. Under this head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether gluttony is a sin. Second, whether it is a mortal sin. Third, whether it is the greatest of sins. Fourth, its species. Fifth, whether it is a capital sin. Sixth, its daughters. First article: whether gluttony is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that gluttony is not a sin. For our Lord said in Matthew 15:11, "Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man." Now gluttony regards food which goes into a man. Therefore, since every sin defiles a man, it seems that gluttony is not a sin. Objection 2: Further, no man sins in what he cannot avoid. Now gluttony is immoderation in food, and man cannot avoid this, for Gregory says in his commentary on Job 30:18, "Since in eating pleasure and necessity go together, we fail to discern between the call of necessity and the seduction of pleasure." And Augustine says in Confessions 10:31, "Who is it, Lord, that does not eat a little more than necessary?" Therefore gluttony is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, in every kind of sin the first movement is a sin. But the first movement in taking food is not a sin, else hunger and thirst would be sinful. Therefore gluttony is not a sin. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 30:18 that "unless we first tame the enemy dwelling within us, namely our gluttonous appetite, we have not even stood up to engage in the spiritual combat." But man's inward enemy is sin. Therefore gluttony is a sin. I answer that, Gluttony denotes not any desire of eating and drinking, but an inordinate desire. Now desire is said to be inordinate through leaving the order of reason, wherein the good of moral virtue consists: and a thing is said to be a sin through being contrary to virtue. Wherefore it is evident that gluttony is a sin. Reply Obj. 1: That which goes into a man by way of food, by reason of its substance and nature, does not defile a man spiritually. But the Jews, against whom our Lord is speaking, as well as the Manichees, deemed certain foods to make a man unclean, not on account of their signification, but by reason of their nature. It is the inordinate desire of food that defiles a man spiritually. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above, the vice of gluttony does not regard the substance of food, but in the desire thereof not being regulated by reason. Wherefore if a man exceed in quantity of food, not from desire of food, but through deeming it necessary to him, this pertains not to gluttony, but to some kind of inexperience. It is a case of gluttony only when a man knowingly exceeds the measure in eating, from a desire for the pleasures of the palate. Reply Obj. 3: The appetite is twofold. There is the natural appetite, which belongs to the powers of the vegetal soul. In these powers virtue and vice are impossible, since they cannot be subject to reason. Wherefore the appetitive power is differentiated from the powers of secretion, digestion, and excretion, and to it hunger and thirst are to be referred. Besides this there is another, the sensitive appetite, and it is in the concupiscence of this appetite that the vice of gluttony consists. Hence the first movement of gluttony denotes inordinateness in the sensitive appetite, and this is not without sin. Second article: Whether gluttony is a mortal sin? Objection 1: It would seem that gluttony is not a mortal sin. For every mortal sin is contrary to a precept of the Decalogue, and this apparently does not apply to gluttony. Therefore gluttony is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2: Further, every mortal sin is contrary to charity, as stated above (Q. 132, A. 3). But gluttony is not opposed to charity, neither as regards the love of God, nor as regards the love of one's neighbor. Therefore gluttony is never a mortal sin. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says in a sermon on Purgatory: "Whenever a man takes more meat and drink than is necessary, he should know that this is one of the lesser sins." But this pertains to gluttony. Therefore gluttony is accounted among the lesser, that is to say, venial sins. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 30:18: "As long as the vice of gluttony has a hold on a man, all that he has done valiantly is forfeited by him: and as long as the belly is unrestrained, all virtue comes to naught." But virtue is not done away save by mortal sin. Therefore gluttony is a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, the vice of gluttony properly consists in inordinate concupiscence. Now the order of reason in regulating the concupiscence may be considered from two points of view. First, with regard to things directed to the end, inasmuch as they may be incommensurate and consequently improportionate to the end. Secondly, with regard to the end itself, inasmuch as concupiscence turns man away from his due end. Accordingly, if the inordinate concupiscence and gluttony be found to turn man away from the last end, gluttony will be a mortal sin. This is the case when he adheres to the pleasure of gluttony as his end, for the sake of which he contemns God, being ready to disobey God's commandments in order to obtain those pleasures. On the other hand, if the inordinate concupiscence and the vice of gluttony be found to affect only such things as are directed to the end, for instance when a man has too great a desire for the pleasures of the palate, yet would not for their sake do anything contrary to God's law, it is a venial sin. Reply to Obj. 1: The vice of gluttony becomes a mortal sin by turning man away from his last end, and accordingly, by a kind of reduction, it is opposed to the precept of hallowing the Sabbath, which commands us to rest in our last end. For mortal sins are not all directly opposed to the precepts of the Decalogue, but only those which contain injustice, because the precepts of the Decalogue pertain specially to justice and its parts, as stated above in Q. 122, A. 1. Reply to Obj. 2: In so far as it turns man away from his last end, gluttony is opposed to the love of God, who is to be loved, as our last end, above all things; and only in this respect is gluttony a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 3: This saying of Augustine refers to gluttony as denoting inordinate concupiscence merely in regard of things directed to the end. Reply to Obj. 4: Gluttony is said to bring virtue to naught, not so much on its own account, as on account of the vices which arise from it. For as Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule (319), "When the belly is distended by gluttony, the virtues of the soul are destroyed by lust." _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether Gluttony Is the Greatest of Sins? Objection 1: It would seem that gluttony is the greatest of sins. For the grievousness of a sin is measured by the grievousness of the punishment. Now the sin of gluttony is most grievously punished, for Chrysostom says: "Gluttony turned Adam out of paradise; gluttony it was that drew down the deluge at the time of Noah." And according to Ezechiel 16:49, "This was the iniquity of Sodom thy sister, fulness of bread," etc. Therefore the sin of gluttony is the greatest of all. Obj. 2: Further, in every genus the cause is the most powerful. Now gluttony is apparently the cause of other sins, for a gloss on Ps. 135:10, "Who smote Egypt with their firstborn," says: "Lust, concupiscence, pride are the firstborn of gluttony." Therefore gluttony is the greatest of sins. Obj. 3: Further, man should love himself in the first place after God, as stated above in Q. 25, A. 4. Now man, by the vice of gluttony, inflicts an injury on himself, for it is written (Ecclus. 37:34): "By surfeiting many have perished." Therefore gluttony is the greatest of sins, at least excepting those that are against God. On the contrary, the sins of the flesh, among which gluttony is reckoned, are less culpable according to Gregory (Moral. on Job 33). I answer that, the gravity of a sin may be measured in three ways. First and foremost, it depends on the matter in which the sin is committed, and in this way sins committed in connection with Divine things are the greatest. From this point of view gluttony is not the greatest sin, for it is about matters connected with the nourishment of the body. Secondly, the gravity of a sin depends on the person who sins, and from this point of view the sin of gluttony is diminished rather than aggravated, both on account of the necessity of taking food, and on account of the difficulty of proper discretion and moderation in such matters. Thirdly, from the point of view of the result that follows, and in this way gluttony has a certain gravity, inasmuch as certain sins are occasioned thereby. Reply Obj. 1: These punishments are to be referred to the vices that resulted from gluttony, or to the root from which gluttony sprang, rather than to gluttony itself. For the first man was expelled from paradise on account of pride, from which he went on to an act of gluttony; while the deluge and the punishment of the people of Sodom were inflicted for sins occasioned by gluttony. Reply Obj. 2: This objection argues from the standpoint of the sins that result from gluttony. Nor is a cause necessarily more powerful unless it be a direct cause. And gluttony is not the direct cause, but the accidental cause, as it were, and the occasion of other vices. Reply Obj. 3: The glutton intends not the harm to his body, but the pleasure of eating; and if injury results to his body, this is accidental. Hence this does not directly affect the gravity of gluttony, the guilt of which is nevertheless aggravated, if a man incur some bodily injury through taking too much food. Fourth article. Whether the species of gluttony are fittingly distinguished? Objection 1: It seems that the species of gluttony are unfittingly distinguished by Gregory, who says in his commentary on Job 30:18: "The vice of gluttony tempts us in 5 ways. Sometimes it forestalls the hour of need; sometimes it seeks costly meats; sometimes it requires the food to be daintily cooked; sometimes it exceeds the measures of refreshment by taking too much; sometimes we sin by the very heat of an immoderate appetite," which are contained in the following verse: "hastily, sumptuously, too much, greedily, daintily." For the above are distinguished according to diversity of circumstance. Now circumstances, being the accidents of an act, do not differentiate its species. Therefore the species of gluttony are not distinguished according to the aforesaid. Obj. 2: Further, as time is a circumstance, so is place. If then gluttony admits of one species in respect of time, it seems that there should likewise be others in respect of place and other circumstances. Obj. 3: Further, just as temperance observes due circumstances, so do the other moral virtues. Now the species of the vices opposed to the other moral virtues are not distinguished according to various circumstances. Neither, therefore, are the species of gluttony distinguished thus. On the contrary, stands the authority of Gregory quoted above. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, gluttony denotes inordinate concupiscence in eating. Now 2 things are to be considered in eating, namely the food we eat, and the eating thereof. Accordingly, the inordinate concupiscence may be considered in 2 ways. First, with regard to the food consumed; and thus, as regards the substance or species of food a man seeks sumptuous, i.e. costly food; as regards its quality he seeks food prepared too nicely, i.e. daintily; and as regards quantity he exceeds by eating too much. Secondly, the inordinate concupiscence is considered as to the consumption of food, either because one forestalls the proper time for eating, which is to eat hastily, or one fails to observe the due manner of eating by eating greedily. Isidore (On the Highest Good, 242) comprises the first and second under one heading, when he says that the glutton exceeds in what he eats, or in how much, how, or when he eats. Reply Obj. 1: The corruption of various circumstances causes the various species of gluttony, on account of the various motives, by reason of which the species of moral things are differentiated. For in him that seeks sumptuous food, concupiscence is aroused by the very species of the food. In him that forestalls the time, concupiscence is disordered through impatience of delay, and so forth. Reply Obj. 2: Place and other circumstances include no special motive connected with eating that can cause a different species of gluttony. Reply Obj. 3: In all other vices, whenever different circumstances correspond to different motives, the difference of circumstances argues a specific difference of vice. But this does not apply to all circumstances, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 72, A. 9. Fifth article. Whether gluttony is a capital vice? Objection 1: It would seem that gluttony is not a capital vice. For capital vices denote those whence, under the aspect of final cause, other vices originate. Now food, which is the matter of gluttony, has not the aspect of end, since it is sought, not for its own sake, but for the body's nourishment. Therefore gluttony is not a capital vice. Obj. 2: Further, a capital vice would seem to have a certain preeminence in sinfulness. But this does not apply to gluttony, which, in respect of its genus, is apparently the least of sins, seeing that it is most akin to what is according to nature. Therefore gluttony is not a capital vice. Obj. 3: Further, sin results from a man forsaking the good of virtue on account of something useful to the present life, or pleasing to the senses. Now, as regards goods having the aspect of utility, there is but one capital vice, namely covetousness. Therefore, seemingly, there would be but one capital vice in respect of pleasures, and this is lust, which is a greater vice than gluttony, and is about greater pleasures. Therefore gluttony is not a capital vice. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:45, reckons gluttony among the capital vices. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 84, A. 3, a capital vice denotes one from which, considered as final cause, that is, as having a most desirable end, other vices originate. Wherefore through desiring that end men are incited to sin in many ways. Now an end is rendered most desirable through having one of the conditions of happiness which is desirable by its very nature. And pleasure is essential to happiness, according to Ethic. I, 8, 10, 3, 7, 8. Therefore the vice of gluttony, being about pleasures of touch which stand foremost among other pleasures, is fittingly reckoned among the capital vices. Reply Obj. 1: It is true that food itself is directed to something as its end. But since that end, namely the sustaining of life, is most desirable, and whereas life cannot be sustained without food, it follows that food too is most desirable. Indeed, nearly all the toil of man's life is directed thereto, according to Ecclesiasticus 6:7. "All the labor of man is for his mouth." Yet gluttony seems to be about pleasures of food rather than about food itself. Wherefore, as Augustine says (De Vera Relig. 53), "with such food as is good for the worthless body, men desire to be fed." Wherein, namely, the pleasure consists? "Rather than to be filled, since the whole end of that desire is this, not to thirst and not to hunger." Reply Obj. 2: In sin the end is ascertained with respect to the conversion, while the gravity of sin is determined with regard to the aversion. Wherefore it does not follow that the capital sin which has the most desirable end surpasses the others in gravity. Reply Obj. 3: That which gives pleasure is desirable in itself, and consequently, corresponding to its diversity, there are two capital vices, namely, gluttony and lust. On the other hand, that which is useful is desirable, not in itself, but as directed to something else. Wherefore seemingly in all useful things there is one aspect of desirability. Hence there is but one capital vice in respect of such things. _Sixth article. [I II, Q. 100, Art. 6] Whether 5 daughters are fittingly assigned to gluttony? Objection 1: It would seem that 5 daughters are unfittingly assigned to gluttony, to wit, unseemly joy, scurrility, uncleanness, loquaciousness, and dullness of mind as regards the understanding. For unseemly joy results from every sin, according to Prov. 2:14: "Who are glad when they have done evil, and rejoice in most wicked things." Likewise dullness of mind is associated with every sin, according to Prov. 14:22: "They err that work evil." Therefore they are unfittingly reckoned to be daughters of gluttony. Obj. 2: Further, the uncleanness which is particularly the result of gluttony would seem to be connected with vomiting, according to Isa. 28:8: "All tables were full of vomit and filth." But this seems to be not a sin, but a punishment, or even a useful thing that is a matter of counsel, according to Ecclesiasticus 31:25: "If thou hast been forced to eat much, arise, go out, and vomit, and it shall refresh thee." Therefore it should not be reckoned among the daughters of gluttony. Obj. 3: Further, Isidore in his Questions on Deuteronomy (XVI) reckons scurrility as a daughter of lust. Therefore it should not be reckoned among the daughters of gluttony. On the contrary, Gregory (Moral. on Job 31:45) assigns these daughters to gluttony. I answer that, as stated above (AA. 1, 2, 3), gluttony consists properly in an immoderate pleasure in eating and drinking. Wherefore those vices are reckoned among the daughters of gluttony, which are the results of eating and drinking immoderately. These may be accounted for, either on the part of the soul, or on the part of the body. On the part of the soul, these results are of 4 kinds. First, as regards the reason, whose keenness is dulled by immoderate meat and drink, and in this respect we reckon as the daughter of gluttony, dullness of sense in the understanding, on account of the fumes of food disturbing the brain. Even so, on the other hand, abstinence conduces to the penetrating power of wisdom, according to Ecclesiasticus 2:3: "I thought in my heart to withdraw my flesh from wine, that I might turn my mind to wisdom." Secondly, as regards the appetite, which is disordered in many ways by immoderation in eating and drinking, as though reason were fast asleep at the helm, and in this respect unseemly joy is reckoned, because all the other inordinate passions are directed to joy or sorrow, as stated in Ethic. ii, 5. To this we must refer the saying of 3 Esdras 3:20 that "wine gives everyone a confident and joyful mind." Thirdly, as regards inordinate words, and thus we have loquaciousness, because as Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule (3:19), "unless gluttons were carried away by immoderate speech, that rich man who is stated to have feasted sumptuously every day would not have been so tortured in his tongue." Fourthly, as regards inordinate action, and in this way we have scurrility, that is, a kind of levity resulting from lack of reason, which is unable not only to bridle the speech, but also to restrain outward behavior. Hence a gloss on Eph. 5:4, "Of foolish talking or scurrility," says that "fools call this geniality, that is, jocularity, because it is wont to raise a laugh." Both of these, however, may be referred to the words which may happen to be sinful, either by reason of excess which belongs to loquaciousness, or by reason of unbecomingness, which belongs to scurrility. On the part of the body, mention is made of uncleanness, which may refer either to the inordinate emission of any kind of superfluities, or especially to the emission of the semen. Hence a gloss on Eph. 5:3, "But fornication and all uncleanness," says, that is, any kind of incontinence that has reference to lust. Reply Obj. 1: Joy in the act or end of sin results from every sin, especially the sin that proceeds from habit: but the random riotous joy which is described as unseemly arises chiefly from immoderate partaking of meat or drink. In like manner we reply that dullness of sense as regards matters of choice is common to all sin, whereas dullness of sense in speculative matters arises chiefly from gluttony, for the reason given above. Reply Obj. 2: Although it does one good to vomit after eating too much, yet it is sinful to expose oneself to its necessity by immoderate meat or drink. However, it is no sin to procure vomiting as a remedy for sickness, if the physician prescribes it. Reply Obj. 3: Scurrility proceeds from the act of gluttony, and not from the lustful act, but from the lustful will, wherefore it may be referred to either vice. End of question 148. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 149 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 149. Of sobriety, in 4 articles. We must now consider sobriety and the contrary vice, namely drunkenness. As regards sobriety, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, what is the matter of sobriety? Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, whether the use of wine is lawful. Fourth, to whom especially is sobriety becoming? First article. Whether drink is the matter of sobriety? Objection 1. It would seem that drink is not the matter proper to sobriety. For it is written (Rom. 12:3): "Not to be more wise than it behoveth to be wise, but to be wise unto sobriety." Therefore sobriety is also about wisdom, and not only about drink. Obj. 2: Further, concerning the wisdom of God, it is written (Wisdom 8:7) that "she teacheth sobriety, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude," where sobriety stands for temperance. Now temperance is not only about drink, but also about meat and sexual matters. Therefore sobriety is not only about drink. Obj. 3: Further, sobriety would seem to take its name from measure. Bria means a measure or a cup. Now we ought to be guided by the measure in all things appertaining to us. For it is written (Titus 2:12): "We should live soberly and justly and godly," where a gloss remarks: "soberly in ourselves"; and (1 Timothy 2:9): "Women, in decent apparel, adorning themselves with modesty and sobriety." Consequently it would seem that sobriety regards not only the interior man, but also things appertaining to external apparel. Therefore drink is not the matter proper to sobriety. On the contrary, It is written (Ecclesiasticus 31:32): "Wine taken with sobriety is equal life to men. If thou drink it moderately, thou shalt be sober." I answer that, when a virtue is denominated from some condition common to the virtues, the matter specially belonging to it is that in which it is most difficult and most commendable to satisfy that condition of virtue. Thus fortitude is about dangers of death, and temperance about pleasures of touch. Now sobriety takes its name from measure, for a man is said to be sober because he observes the bria, that is, the measure. Wherefore sobriety lays a special claim to that matter wherein the observance of the measure is most deserving of praise. Such matter is the drinking of intoxicants, because the measured use thereof is most profitable, while immoderate excess therein is most harmful, since it hinders the use of reason even more than excessive eating. Hence it is written (Ecclesiasticus 31:37, 38): "Sober drinking is health to soul and body. Wine drunken with excess raiseth quarrels, and wrath, and many ruins." For this reason sobriety is especially concerned with drink, not any kind of drink, but that which by reason of its volatility is liable to disturb the brain, such as wine and all intoxicants. Nevertheless sobriety may be employed in a general sense so as to apply to any matter, as stated above (Q. 123, A. 2), as well as (Q. 141, A. 2), with regard to fortitude and temperance. Reply Obj. 1: Just as the material wine intoxicates a man as to his body, so too, speaking figuratively, the consideration of wisdom is said to be an inebriating draught, because it allures the mind by its delight, according to Ps. 22:5: "My chalice which inebriateth me, how goodly it is." Hence sobriety is applied by a kind of metaphor in speaking of the contemplation of wisdom. Reply Obj. 2: All the things that belong properly to temperance are necessary to the present life, and their excess is harmful. Wherefore it behooves one to apply a measure in all such things. This is the business of sobriety, and for this reason sobriety is used to designate temperance. Yet slight excess is more harmful in drink than in other things, wherefore sobriety is especially concerned with drink. Reply Obj. 3: Although a measure is needful in all things, sobriety is not properly employed in connection with all things, but only in those wherein there is most need for a measure. Second article: Whether sobriety is by itself a special virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that sobriety is not by itself a special virtue. For abstinence is considered with both meat and drink. Now there is no special virtue about meat. Therefore neither is sobriety, which is about drink, a special virtue. Obj. 2: Further, abstinence and gluttony are about pleasures of touch, as sensitive to food. Now meat and drink combine together to make food, since an animal needs a combination of wet and dry nourishment. Therefore sobriety, which is about drink, is not a special virtue. Obj. 3: Further, just as in things pertaining to nourishment, drink is distinguished from meat, so are there various kinds of meats and drinks. Therefore, if sobriety is by itself a special virtue, seemingly there will be a special virtue corresponding to each different kind of meat or drink, which is unreasonable. Therefore it would seem that sobriety is not a special virtue. On the contrary, Macrobius reckons sobriety to be a special part of temperance. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 146, A. 2, it belongs to moral virtue to safeguard the good of reason against those things which may hinder it. Hence whenever we find a special hindrance to reason, there must needs be a special virtue to remove it. Now intoxicating drink is a special kind of hindrance to the use of reason, inasmuch as it disturbs the brain by its fumes. Wherefore, in order to remove this hindrance to reason, a special virtue, which is sobriety, is requisite. Reply Obj. 1: Meat and drink are alike capable of hindering the good use of reason, by embroiling the reason with immoderate pleasure, and in this respect abstinence is about both meat and drink alike. But intoxicating drink is a special kind of hindrance, as stated above, wherefore it requires a special virtue. Reply Obj. 2: The virtue of abstinence is about meat and drink, considered, not as food, but as a hindrance to reason. Hence it does not follow that special kinds of virtue correspond to different kinds of food. Reply Obj. 3: In all intoxicating drinks there is one kind of hindrance to the use of reason, so that the difference of drinks bears an accidental relation to virtue. Hence this difference does not call for a difference of virtue. The same applies to the difference of meats. Third article: Whether the use of wine is altogether unlawful? Objection 1: It would seem that the use of wine is altogether unlawful. For without wisdom a man cannot be in the state of salvation, since it is written in Wisdom 7:28, "God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom"; and further on in Wisdom 9:19, "By wisdom they were healed, whosoever have pleased thee, O Lord, from the beginning." Now the use of wine is a hindrance to wisdom, for it is written (Ecclesiasticus 2:3): "I thought in my heart to withdraw my flesh from wine, that I might turn my mind to wisdom." Therefore wine drinking is altogether unlawful. Obj. 2: Further, the Apostle says (Rom. 14:21): "It is good not to eat flesh, and not to drink wine, nor anything whereby thy brother is offended or scandalized, or made weak." Now it is sinful to forsake the good of virtue, as likewise to scandalize one's brethren. Therefore it is unlawful to make use of wine. Obj. 3: Further, Jerome says that "after the deluge wine and flesh were sanctioned, but Christ came in the last of the ages and brought back the end into line with the beginning." Therefore it seems unlawful to use wine under the Christian law. On the contrary, The Apostle says in 1 Timothy 5:23: "Do not still drink water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake, and thy frequent infirmities." And it is written (Ecclesiasticus 31:36): "Wine drunken with moderation is the joy of the soul and the heart." I answer that, No meat or drink, considered in itself, is unlawful, according to Matt. 15:11: "Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man." Wherefore it is not unlawful to drink wine as such. Yet it may become unlawful accidentally. This is sometimes owing to a circumstance on the part of the drinker, either because he is easily the worse for taking wine, or because he is bound by a vow not to drink wine. Sometimes it results from the mode of drinking, because, to wit, he exceeds the measure in drinking, and sometimes it is on account of others, who would be scandalized thereby. Reply Obj. 1: A man may have wisdom in two ways. First, in a general way, according as it is sufficient for salvation: and in this way it is required, in order to have wisdom, not that a man abstain altogether from wine, but that he abstain from its immoderate use. Secondly, a man may have wisdom in some degree of perfection: and in this way, in order to receive wisdom perfectly, it is requisite for certain persons that they abstain altogether from wine, and this depends on circumstances of certain persons and places. Reply Obj. 2: The Apostle does not declare simply that it is good to abstain from wine, but that it is good in the case where this would give scandal to certain people. Reply Obj. 3: Christ withdraws us from some things as being altogether unlawful, and from others as being obstacles to perfection. It is in the latter way that He withdraws some from the use of wine, that they may aim at perfection, even as from riches and the like. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Sobriety Is More Requisite in Persons of Greater Standing? Objection 1: It would seem that sobriety is more requisite in persons of greater standing. For old age gives a man a certain standing: wherefore honor and reverence are due to the old, according to Leviticus 19:32: "Rise up before the hoary head, and honor the person of the aged man." Now the Apostle declares that older men especially should be exhorted to sobriety, according to Titus 2:2: "That the aged man be sober." Therefore sobriety is most requisite in persons of standing. Obj. 2: Further, a bishop has the highest degree in the Church, and the Apostle commands him to be sober according to 1 Timothy 3:2: "It behooveth a bishop to be blameless, the husband of one wife, sober, prudent," etc. Therefore sobriety is chiefly required in persons of high standing. Obj. 3: Further, sobriety denotes abstinence from wine. Now wine is forbidden to kings, who hold the highest place in human affairs, while it is allowed to those who are in a state of affliction, according to Prov. 31:4: "Give not wine to kings"; and further on in Prov. 31:6: "Give strong drink to them that are sad, and wine to them that are grieved in mind." Therefore sobriety is more requisite in persons of standing. On the contrary, The Apostle says in 1 Timothy 3:11: "The women in like manner, chaste, sober," etc.; and in Titus 2:6: "Young men in like manner exhort that they be sober." I answer that, Virtue includes relationship in two things: to the contrary vices which it removes, and to the end to which it leads. Accordingly, a particular virtue is more requisite in certain persons for two reasons. First, because they are more prone to the concupiscences which need to be restrained by virtue, and to the vices which are removed by virtue. In this respect, sobriety is most requisite in the young and in women, because concupiscence of pleasure thrives in the young on account of the heat of youth, while in women there is not sufficient strength of mind to resist concupiscence. Hence, according to Valerius Maximus, among the ancient Romans women drank no wine. Secondly, sobriety is more requisite in certain persons, as being more necessary for the operations proper to them. Now immoderate use of wine is a notable obstacle to the use of reason: wherefore sobriety is especially prescribed to the old, in whom reason should be vigorous in instructing others; to bishops and all ministers of the Church, who should fulfill their spiritual duties with a devout mind; and to kings, who should rule their subjects with wisdom. This suffices for the replies to the objections. End of question 149. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 150 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 150. Of drunkenness, in 4 articles. We must now consider drunkenness. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether drunkenness is a sin. Second, whether it is a mortal sin. Third, whether it is the most grievous sin. Fourth, whether it excuses from sin. First article: whether drunkenness is a sin. Objection 1: It would seem that drunkenness is not a sin. For every sin has a corresponding contrary sin: thus timidity is opposed to daring, and presumption to pusillanimity. But no sin is opposed to drunkenness. Therefore drunkenness is not a sin. Obj. 2: Further, every sin is voluntary. But no man wishes to be drunk, since no man wishes to be deprived of the use of reason. Therefore drunkenness is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, whoever causes another to sin, sins himself. Therefore, if drunkenness were a sin, it would follow that it is a sin to ask a man to drink that which makes him drunk, which would seem very hard. Obj. 4: Further, every sin calls for correction. But correction is not applied to drunkards, for Gregory says that "we must forbear with their ways, lest they become worse, if they be compelled to give up the habit." Therefore drunkenness is not a sin. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Rom. 13:13, "Not in rioting and drunkenness." I answer that, drunkenness may be understood in two ways. First, it may signify the defect itself of a man resulting from his drinking much wine, the consequence being that he loses the use of reason. In this sense, drunkenness denotes not a sin but a penal defect resulting from a fault. Secondly, drunkenness may denote the act by which a man incurs this defect. This act may cause drunkenness in two ways. In one way, through the wine being too strong, without the drinker being cognizant of this, and in this way too, drunkenness may occur without sin, especially if it is not through his negligence, and thus we believe that Noah was made drunk as related in Genesis 9. In another way, drunkenness may result from inordinate concupiscence and use of wine. In this way it is accounted a sin, and is comprised under gluttony, as a species under its genus. For gluttony is divided into surfeiting and drunkenness, which are forbidden by the Apostle in Rom. 13:13. Reply Obj. 1: As the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 11, insensibility, which is opposed to temperance, is not very common, so that like its species which are opposed to the species of intemperance, it has no name. Hence the vice opposed to drunkenness is unnamed, and yet if a man were knowingly to abstain from wine to the extent of molesting nature grievously, he would not be free from sin. Reply Obj. 2: This objection regards the resulting defect which is involuntary, whereas immoderate use of wine is voluntary, and it is in this that the sin consists. Reply Obj. 3: Even as he that is drunk is excused if he knows not the strength of the wine, so too is he that invites another to drink excused from sin, if he be unaware that the drinker is the kind of person to be made drunk by the drink offered. But if ignorance be lacking, neither is excused from sin. Reply Obj. 4: Sometimes the correction of a sinner is to be foregone, as stated above in Q. 33, A. 6. Hence Augustine says in a letter (Ep. 22): "Meseems such things are cured not by bitterness, severity, harshness, but by teaching rather than commanding, by advice rather than threats. Such is the course to be followed with the majority of sinners. Few are they whose sins should be treated with severity." Second article: Whether drunkenness is a mortal sin? Objection 1: It would seem that drunkenness is not a mortal sin. For Augustine says in a sermon on Purgatory that "drunkenness, if indulged in assiduously, is a mortal sin." Now assiduity denotes a circumstance which does not change the species of a sin, so that it cannot aggravate a sin infinitely, and make a mortal sin of a venial sin, as shown above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 88, A. 5. Therefore, if drunkenness is not a mortal sin for some other reason, neither is it for this. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says in his Sermon 104: "Whenever a man takes more meat and drink than is necessary, he should know that this is one of the lesser sins." Now the lesser sins are called venial. Therefore drunkenness, which is caused by immoderate drink, is a venial sin. Obj. 3: Further, no mortal sin should be committed on the score of medicine. Now some drink too much at the advice of the physician, that they may be purged by vomiting; and from this excessive drink drunkenness ensues. Therefore drunkenness is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, we read in the Canons of the Apostles (Canons 41 and 42): "A bishop, priest, or deacon who is given to drunkenness or gambling, or incites others thereto, must either cease or be disposed. A subdeacon, reader, or precentor who does these things must either give them up or be excommunicated. The same applies to the laity." Now such punishments are not inflicted save for mortal sins. Therefore drunkenness is a mortal sin. I answer that, the sin of drunkenness, as stated in the foregoing article, consists in the immoderate use and concupiscence of wine. Now this may happen to a man in three ways. First, so that he knows not the drink to be immoderate and intoxicating; and then drunkenness may be without sin, as stated above in A. 1. Secondly, so that he perceives the drink to be immoderate, but without knowing it to be intoxicating; and then drunkenness may involve a venial sin. Thirdly, it may happen that a man is well aware that the drink is immoderate and intoxicating, and yet he would rather be drunk than abstain from drink. Such a man is a drunkard properly speaking, because morals take their species not from things that occur accidentally and beside the intention, but from that which is directly intended. In this way drunkenness is a mortal sin, because then a man willingly and knowingly deprives himself of the use of reason, whereby he performs virtuous deeds and avoids sin, and thus he sins mortally by running the risk of falling into sin. For Ambrose says (On the Patriarchs): "We learn that we should shun drunkenness, which prevents us from avoiding grievous sins. For the things we avoid when sober, we unknowingly commit through drunkenness." Therefore drunkenness, properly speaking, is a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 1: Assiduity makes drunkenness a mortal sin, not on account of the mere repetition of the act, but because it is impossible for a man to become drunk assiduously without exposing himself to drunkenness knowingly and willingly, since he has many times experienced the strength of wine and his own liability to drunkenness. Reply Obj. 2: To take more meat or drink than is necessary belongs to the vice of gluttony, which is not always a mortal sin, but knowingly to take too much drink to the point of being drunk is a mortal sin. Hence Augustine says (Confess. x, 31): "Drunkenness is far from me. Thou wilt have mercy, that it come not near me. But full feeding sometimes hath crept upon thy servant." Reply Obj. 3: As stated above in Q. 141, A. 6, meat and drink should be moderate in accordance with the demands of the body's health. Wherefore, just as it happens sometimes that the meat and drink which are moderate for a healthy man are immoderate for a sick man, so it too may happen conversely that what is excessive for a healthy man is moderate for one that is ailing. In this way, when a man eats or drinks much at the physician's advice in order to provoke vomiting, he is not to be deemed to have taken excessive meat or drink. There is, however, no need for intoxicating drink in order to procure vomiting, since this is caused by drinking lukewarm water: wherefore this is no sufficient cause for excusing a man from drunkenness. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether Drunkenness Is the Gravest of Sins? Objection 1: It would seem that drunkenness is the gravest of sins. For Chrysostom says in his Homily 43 on the Gospel of Matthew that "nothing gains the devil's favor so much as drunkenness and lust, the mother of all the vices." And it is written in the Decretals: "Drunkenness, more than anything else, is to be avoided by the clergy, for it foments and fosters all the vices." Obj. 2: Further, from the very fact that the thing excludes the good of reason, it is a sin. Now this is especially the effect of drunkenness. Therefore drunkenness is the greatest of sins. Obj. 3: Further, the gravity of a sin is shown by the gravity of its punishment. Now seemingly drunkenness is punished most severely: for Ambrose says that "there would be no slavery, were there no drunkards." Therefore drunkenness is the greatest of sins. On the contrary, According to Gregory in his commentary on Job 33:12, spiritual vices are greater than carnal vices. Now drunkenness is one of the carnal vices. Therefore it is not the greatest of sins. I answer that, a thing is said to be evil because it removes a good. Wherefore the greater the good removed by an evil, the graver the evil. Now it is evident that a divine good is greater than a human good: wherefore the sins that are directly against God are graver than the sin of drunkenness, which is directly opposed to the good of human reason. Reply Obj. 1: Man is most prone to sins of intemperance, because such like concupiscences and pleasures are connatural to us, and for this reason these sins are said to find greatest favor with the devil, not for being graver than other sins, but because they occur more frequently among men. Reply Obj. 2: The good of reason is hindered in two ways: in one way by that which is contrary to reason; in another by that which takes away the use of reason. Now that which is contrary to reason has more the character of an evil than that which takes away the use of reason for a time, since the use of reason, which is taken away by drunkenness, may be either good or evil, whereas the goods of virtue, which are taken away by things that are contrary to reason, are always good. Reply Obj. 3: Drunkenness was the occasional cause of slavery, in so far as Cam brought the curse of slavery on to his descendants, for having laughed at his father when the latter was made drunk. But slavery was not the direct punishment of drunkenness. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE Whether drunkenness excuses from sin? Objection 1: It would seem that drunkenness does not excuse from sin. For the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 5) that "the drunkard deserves double punishment." Therefore drunkenness aggravates a sin instead of excusing from it. Obj. 2: Further, one sin does not excuse another, but increases it. Now drunkenness is a sin. Therefore it is not an excuse for sin. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 3) that just as a man's reason is tied by drunkenness, so it is by concupiscence. But concupiscence is not an excuse for sin. Neither, therefore, is drunkenness. On the contrary, according to Augustine (Against Faustus the Manichee, xxii, 43), Lot was to be excused from incest on account of drunkenness. I answer that, two things are to be observed in drunkenness, as stated above (A. 1), namely, the resulting defect, and the preceding act. On the part of the resulting defect, whereby the use of reason is fettered, drunkenness may be an excuse for sin, in so far as it causes an act to be involuntary through ignorance. But on the part of the preceding act, a distinction would seem necessary. Because if the drunkenness that results from the act be without sin, the subsequent sin is entirely excused from fault, as perhaps in the case of Lot. If, however, the preceding act was sinful, the person is not altogether excused from the subsequent sin, because the latter is rendered voluntary through the voluntariness of the preceding act, inasmuch as it was through doing something unlawful that he fell into the subsequent sin. Nevertheless, the resulting sin is diminished, even as the character of voluntariness is diminished. Wherefore Augustine says (Against Faustus the Manichee, xxii, 44) that Lot's guilt is to be measured, not by the incest, but by his drunkenness. Reply Obj. 1: The Philosopher does not say that the drunkard deserves more severe punishment, but that he deserves double punishment for his twofold sin. Or we may reply that he is speaking in view of the law of a certain Pittacus, who, as stated in Polit. ii, 9, ordered "those guilty of assault while drunk to be more severely punished than if they had been sober, because they do wrong in more ways than one." In this, as Aristotle observes, again in Polit. ii, 9, he seems to have considered the advantage, namely, of the prevention of wrong, rather than the leniency which one should have for drunkards, seeing that they are not in possession of their faculties. Reply Obj. 2: Drunkenness may be an excuse for sin, not in the point of its being itself a sin, but in the point of the defect that results from it, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: Concupiscence does not altogether fetter the reason as drunkenness does, unless perchance it be so vehement as to make a man insane. Yet the passion of concupiscence diminishes sin, because it is less grievous to sin through weakness than through malice. End of question 150. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 151 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica secunda secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 151. Of chastity, in 4 articles. We must next consider chastity. 1. The virtue itself of chastity. 2. Virginity, which is a part of chastity. 3. Lust, which is the contrary vice. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether chastity is a virtue. Second, whether it is a general virtue. Third, whether it is a virtue distinct from abstinence. Fourth, of its relation to purity. First article: whether chastity is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that chastity is not a virtue. For here we are treating of virtues of the soul. But chastity seemingly belongs to the body, for a person is said to be chaste because he behaves in a certain way as regards the use of certain parts of the body. Therefore chastity is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, virtue is a voluntary habit, as stated in Ethics 2:6. But chastity apparently is not voluntary, since it can be taken away by force from a woman to whom violence is done. Therefore it seems that chastity is not a virtue. Objection 3. Further, there is no virtue in unbelievers. Yet some unbelievers are chaste. Therefore chastity is not a virtue. Objection 4. Further, the fruits are distinct from the virtues. But chastity is reckoned among the fruits in Galatians 5:23. Therefore chastity is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Homily 9, "Whereas thou shouldest excel thy wife in virtue, since chastity is a virtue, thou yieldest to the first onslaught of lust, while thou wishest thy wife to be victorious." I answer that, chastity takes its name from the fact that reason chastises concupiscence, which, like a child, needs curbing, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 3:12. Now the essence of human virtue consists in being something moderated by reason, as shown above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 64, A. 1. Therefore it is evident that chastity is a virtue. Reply Obj. 1. Chastity does indeed reside in the soul as its subject, though its matter is in the body. For it belongs to chastity that a man make moderate use of bodily members in accordance with the judgment of his reason and the choice of his will. Reply Obj. 2. As Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 18), "so long as her mind holds to its purpose, whereby she has merited to be holy even in body, not even the violence of another's lust can deprive her body of its holiness, which is safeguarded by her preserving continency." He also says (De Civ. Dei i, 18) that "in the mind there is a virtue which is the companion of fortitude, whereby it is resolved to suffer any evil whatsoever, rather than consent to evil." Reply Obj. 3. As Augustine says (Contra Julian. iv, 3), "it is impossible to have any true virtue unless one be truly just; nor is it possible to be just unless one live by faith." Whence he argues that in unbelievers there is neither true chastity nor any other virtue, because, to wit, they are not referred to the due end, and as he adds, "virtues are distinguished from vices, not by their functions," that is, their acts, "but by their ends." Reply Obj. 4: Chastity is a virtue in so far as it works in accordance with reason, but in so far as it delights in its act, it is reckoned among the fruits. ________________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Chastity Is a General Virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that chastity is a general virtue. For Augustine says (De Liv. XX) that "chastity of the mind is the well ordered movement of the mind that does not prefer the lesser to the greater things." But this belongs to every virtue. Therefore chastity is a general virtue. Obj. 2: Further, chastity takes its name from chastisement. Now every movement of the appetitive part should be chastised by reason. Since, then, every moral virtue curbs some movement of the appetite, it seems that every moral virtue is chastity. Obj. 3: Further, chastity is opposed to fornication. But fornication seems to belong to every kind of sin, for it is written (Ps. 72:27): "Thou shalt destroy all them that go a whoring from thee." Therefore chastity is a general virtue. On the contrary, Macrobius reckons it to be a part of temperance. I answer that, The word chastity is employed in two ways. First, properly, and thus it is a special virtue having a special matter, namely the concupiscences relating to venereal pleasures. Secondly, the word chastity is employed metaphorically, for just as a mingling of bodies conduces to venereal pleasure, which is the proper matter of chastity, and of lust, its contrary vice, so too the spiritual union of the mind with certain things conduces to a pleasure which is the matter of a spiritual chastity, metaphorically speaking, as well as of a spiritual fornication, likewise metaphorically so called. For if the human mind delight in the spiritual union with that to which it behooves to be united, namely God, and refrains from delighting in union with other things against the requirements of the order established by God, this may be called a spiritual chastity, according to 2 Corinthians 11:2: "I have espoused you to one husband, that I may present you as a chaste virgin to Christ." If, on the other hand, the mind be united to any other things whatsoever, against the prescription of the Divine order, it will be called spiritual fornication, according to Jeremiah 3:1: "But thou hast prostituted thyself to many lovers." Taking chastity in this sense, it is a general virtue, because every virtue withdraws the human mind from delighting in a union with unlawful things. Nevertheless, the essence of this chastity consists principally in charity and the other theological virtues, whereby the human mind is united to God. Reply Obj. 1: This argument takes chastity in the metaphorical sense. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above (A. 1), as well as (Q. 142, A. 2), the concupiscence of that which gives pleasure is especially likened to a child, because the desire of pleasure is connatural to us, especially of pleasures of touch which are directed to the maintenance of nature. Hence it is that if the concupiscence of such pleasures be fostered by consenting to it, it will wax very strong, as in the case of a child left to his own will. Wherefore the concupiscence of these pleasures stands in very great need of being chastised, and consequently chastity is applied antonomastically to such like concupiscences, even as fortitude is about those matters wherein we stand in the greatest need of strength of mind. Reply Obj. 3. This argument considers spiritual fornication metaphorically so called, which is opposed to spiritual chastity, as stated. Third article. Whether chastity is a distinct virtue from abstinence. Objection 1. It would seem that chastity is not a distinct virtue from abstinence. Because where the matter is generically the same, one virtue suffices. Now it would seem that things pertaining to the same sense are of one genus. Therefore, since pleasures of the palate, which are the matter of abstinence, and venereal pleasures, which are the matter of chastity, pertain to the touch, it seems that chastity is not a distinct virtue from abstinence. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher in Ethic. iii, 12 likens all vices of intemperance to childish sins, which need chastising. Now chastity takes its name from chastisement of the contrary vices. Since, then, certain vices are bridled by abstinence, it seems that abstinence is chastity. Obj. 3: Further, the pleasures of the other senses are the concern of temperance in so far as they refer to pleasures of touch, which are the matter of temperance. Now pleasures of the palate, which are the matter of abstinence, are directed to venereal pleasures, which are the matter of chastity. Wherefore Jerome says, commenting on Titus 1:7, "Not given to wine, no striker," etc.: "The belly and the organs of generation are neighbors, that the neighborhood of the organs may indicate their complicity in vice." Therefore abstinence and chastity are not distinct virtues. On the contrary, the Apostle in 2 Corinthians 6:5, 6 reckons chastity together with fastings, which pertain to abstinence. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 141, A. 4), temperance is properly about the concupiscences of the pleasures of touch, so that where there are different kinds of pleasure, there are different virtues comprised under temperance. Now pleasures are proportionate to the actions whose perfections they are, as stated in Ethic. ix, 4, 5. And it is evident that actions connected with the use of food, whereby the nature of the individual is maintained, differ generically from actions connected with the use of matters venereal, whereby the nature of the species is preserved. Therefore chastity, which is about venereal pleasures, is a distinct virtue from abstinence, which is about pleasures of the palate. Reply Obj. 1: Temperance is chiefly about pleasures of touch, not as regards the sense's judgment concerning the objects of touch, which judgment is of uniform character concerning all such objects, but as regards the use itself of those objects, as stated in Ethic. iii, 10. Now the uses of meats, drinks, and venereal matters differ in character: wherefore there must needs be different virtues, though they regard the one sense. Reply Obj. 2: Venereal pleasures are more impetuous and are more oppressive on the reason than the pleasures of the palate, and therefore they are in greater need of chastisement and restraint, since if one consent to them, this increases the force of concupiscence and weakens the strength of the mind. Hence Augustine says in his Soliloquies 1:10, "I consider that nothing so casts down the manly mind from its heights as the fondling of women, and those bodily contacts which belong to the married state." Reply Obj. 3: The pleasures of the other senses do not pertain to the maintenance of man's nature, except in so far as they are directed to pleasures of touch. Wherefore, in the matter of such pleasures, there is no other virtue comprised under temperance. But the pleasures of the palate, though directed somewhat to venereal pleasures, are essentially directed to the preservation of man's life: wherefore by their very nature they have a special virtue, although this virtue which is called abstinence directs its act to chastity as its end. Fourth article. Whether purity belongs especially to chastity? Objection 1. It would seem that purity does not belong especially to chastity. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei 1:18) that "purity is a virtue of the soul." Therefore it is not something belonging to chastity, but is of itself a virtue distinct from chastity. Obj. 2: Further, pudicitia (purity) is derived from pudor, which is equivalent to shame. Now shame, according to Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 15), is about a disgraceful act, and this is common to all sinful acts. Therefore purity belongs no more to chastity than to the other virtues. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 12) that "every kind of intemperance is most deserving of reproach." Now it would seem to belong to purity to avoid all that is deserving of reproach. Therefore purity belongs to all the parts of temperance, and not especially to chastity. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Persev. xx): "We must give praise to purity, that he who has ears to hear may put to none but a lawful use the organs intended for procreation." Now the use of these organs is the proper matter of chastity. Therefore purity belongs properly to chastity. I answer that, as stated above (Obj. 2), pudicitia (purity) takes its name from pudor, which signifies shame. Hence purity must needs be properly about the things of which man is most ashamed. Now men are most ashamed of venereal acts, as Augustine remarks (De Civ. Dei xiv:18), so much so that even the conjugal act, which is adorned by the honesty of marriage, is not devoid of shame, and this because the movement of the organs of generation is not subject to the command of reason, as are the movements of the other external members. Now man is ashamed not only of this sexual union, but also of all the signs thereof, as the Philosopher observes (Rhet. ii, 6). Consequently purity regards venereal matters properly, and especially the signs thereof, such as impure looks, kisses, and touches. And since the latter are more wont to be observed, purity regards rather these external signs, whereas chastity regards rather sexual union. Therefore purity is directed to chastity, not as a virtue distinct therefrom, but as expressing a circumstance of chastity. Nevertheless the one is sometimes used to designate the other. Reply Obj. 1: Augustine is here speaking of purity as designating chastity. Reply to Obj. 2: Although every vice has a certain disgrace, the vices of intemperance are especially disgraceful, as stated above (Q. 142, A. 4). Reply to Obj. 3: Among the vices of intemperance, venereal sins are most deserving of reproach, both on account of the insubordination of the genital organs, and because by these sins especially the reason is absorbed. End of question 151. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 152 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 152. Of virginity, in 5 articles. We must now consider virginity, and under this head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, in what does virginity consist? Second, whether it is lawful. Third, whether it is a virtue. Fourth, of its excellence in comparison with marriage. Fifth, of its excellence in comparison with the other virtues. First article: whether virginity consists in integrity of the flesh. Objection 1. It would seem that virginity does not consist in integrity of the flesh. For Augustine says On Marriage and Concupiscence, "Virginity is the continual meditation on incorruption in a corruptible flesh." But meditation does not concern the flesh. Therefore virginity is not situated in the flesh. Obj. 2: Further, virginity denotes a kind of purity. Now Augustine says On the City of God (I, 18) that "purity dwells in the soul." Therefore virginity is not incorruption of the flesh. Obj. 3: Further, the integrity of the flesh would seem to consist in the seal of virginal purity. Yet sometimes the seal is broken without loss of virginity. For Augustine says On the City of God (I, 18) that "those organs may be injured through being wounded by mischance. Physicians too sometimes do for the sake of health that which makes one shudder to see. And a midwife has been known to destroy by touch the proof of virginity that she sought." And he adds: "Nobody, I think, would be so foolish as to deem this maiden to have forfeited even bodily sanctity, though she lost the integrity of that organ." Therefore virginity does not consist in incorruption of the flesh. Obj. 4: Further, corruption of the flesh consists chiefly in resolution of the semen; and this may take place without copulation, whether one be asleep or awake. Yet seemingly virginity is not lost without copulation, for Augustine says On Virginity (13) that "virginal integrity and holy continency that refrains from all sexual intercourse is the portion of angels." Therefore virginity does not consist in incorruption of the flesh. On the contrary, Augustine says On Virginity viii that "virginity is continence, whereby integrity of the flesh is vowed, consecrated and observed in honor of the Creator of both soul and flesh." I answer that, Virginity takes its name apparently from viror, freshness, and just as a thing is described as fresh and retaining its freshness, so long as it is not parched by excessive heat, so too virginity denotes that the person possessed thereof is unseared by the heat of concupiscence, which is experienced in achieving the greatest bodily pleasure, which is that of sexual intercourse. Hence Ambrose says (On Virginity i, 5) that "virginal chastity is integrity free of pollution." Now venereal pleasures offer 3 points for consideration. The first is on the part of the body, viz. the violation of the seal of virginity. The second is the link between that which concerns the soul and that which concerns the body, and this is the resolution of the semen, causing sensible pleasure. The third is entirely on the part of the soul, namely the purpose of attaining this pleasure. Of these 3, the first is accidental to the moral act, which as such must be considered in reference to the soul. The second stands in the relation of matter to the moral act, since the sensible passions are the matters of moral acts. But the third stands in the position of form and complement, because the essence of morality is perfected in that which concerns the reason. Since then virginity consists in freedom from the aforesaid corruption, it follows that the integrity of the bodily organ is accidental to virginity, while freedom from pleasure in resolution of the semen is related thereto materially, and the purpose of perpetually abstaining from this pleasure is the formal and completive element in virginity. Reply Obj. 1: This definition of Augustine's expresses directly that which is formal in virginity. For meditation denotes reason's purpose, and the addition perpetual does not imply that a virgin must always retain this meditation actually, but that she should bear in mind the purpose of always persevering therein. The material element is expressed indirectly by the words "on incorruption in a corruptible body." This is added to show the difficulty of virginity, for if the flesh were incorruptible, it would not be difficult to maintain a perpetual meditation on incorruption. Reply Obj. 2: It is true that purity, as to its essence, is in the soul, but as to its matter, it is in the body, and it is the same with virginity. Wherefore Augustine says (On Virginity viii) that "although virginity resides in the flesh, and for this reason is a bodily quality, yet it is a spiritual thing, which a holy continency fosters and preserves." Reply Obj. 3: As stated above, the integrity of a bodily organ is accidental to virginity, in so far as a person, through purposely abstaining from venereal pleasure, retains the integrity of a bodily organ. Hence, if the organ lose its integrity by chance in some other way, this is no more prejudicial to virginity than being deprived of a hand or foot. Reply Obj. 4: Pleasure resulting from resolution of semen may arise in 2 ways. If this be the result of the mind's purpose, it destroys virginity, whether copulation takes place or not. Augustine, however, mentions copulation, because such like resolution is the ordinary and natural result thereof. In another way this may happen beside the purpose of the mind, either during sleep, or through violence and without the mind's consent, although the flesh derives pleasure from it, or again through weakness of nature, as in the case of those who are subject to a flow of semen. In such cases virginity is not forfeit, because such like pollution is not the result of impurity, which excludes virginity. _Second article. Whether virginity is unlawful? Objection 1: It would seem that virginity is unlawful. For whatever is contrary to a precept of the natural law is unlawful. Now just as the words of Genesis 2:16, "Increase and multiply and fill the earth," express a precept of the natural law in reference to the preservation of the species. Therefore, just as it would be a sin to abstain from all food, as this would be to act counter to the good of the individual, so too is it a sin to abstain altogether from the act of procreation, for this is to act against the good of the species. Obj. 2: Further, whatever declines from the mean of virtue is apparently sinful. Now virginity declines from the mean of virtue, since it abstains from all venereal pleasures. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 2 that "he who revels in every pleasure, and abstains from not even one, is intemperate; but he who refrains from all is loutish and insensible." Therefore virginity is something sinful. Obj. 3: Further, punishment is not due save for a vice. Now in olden times those were punished who led a celibate life, as Valerius Maximus asserts. Hence, according to Augustine (De Vera Relig. iii), Plato "is said to have sacrificed to nature, in order that he might atone for his perpetual continency, as though it were a sin." Therefore virginity is a sin. On the contrary, no sin is a matter of direct counsel. But virginity is a matter of direct counsel, for it is written in 1 Corinthians 7:25: "Concerning virgins I have no commandment of the Lord, but I give counsel." Therefore virginity is not an unlawful thing. I answer that, in human acts, those are sinful which are against right reason. Now right reason requires that things directed to an end should be used in a measure proportionate to that end. Again, man's good is threefold, as stated in Ethic. i, 8. One consisting in external things, for instance riches; another consisting in bodily goods; the third consisting in the goods of the soul, among which the goods of the contemplative life take precedence of the goods of the active life, as the Philosopher shows in Ethic. x, 7, and as Our Lord declared in Luke 10:42: "Mary hath chosen the better part." Of these goods, those that are external are directed to those which belong to the body, and those which belong to the body are directed to those which belong to the soul. And furthermore, those which belong to the active life are directed to those which belong to the life of contemplation. Accordingly, right reason dictates that one use external goods in a measure proportionate to the body, and in like manner as regards the rest. Wherefore, if a man refrain from possessing certain things, which otherwise it were good for him to possess, for the sake of his body's good, or of the contemplation of truth, this is not sinful, but in accord with right reason. In like manner, if a man abstain from bodily pleasures, in order more freely to give himself to the contemplation of truth, this is in accordance with the rectitude of reason. Now holy virginity refrains from all venereal pleasure, in order more freely to have leisure for divine contemplation. For the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 7:34: "The unmarried woman and the virgin thinketh on the things of the Lord, that she may be holy in both body and in spirit. But she that is married thinketh on the things of the world, how she may please her husband." Therefore it follows that virginity, instead of being sinful, is worthy of praise. Reply Obj. 1: A precept implies a duty, as stated above (Q. 122, A. 1). Now there are two kinds of duty. There is the duty that has to be fulfilled by one person, and a duty of this kind cannot be set aside without sin. The other duty has to be fulfilled by the multitude, and the fulfilment of this kind of duty is not binding on each one of the multitude. For the multitude has many obligations which cannot be discharged by the individual, but are fulfilled by one person doing this, and another doing that. Accordingly, the precept of natural law which binds man to eat must needs be fulfilled by each individual, otherwise the individual cannot be sustained. On the other hand, the precept of procreation regards the whole multitude of men, which needs not only to multiply in body, but also to advance spiritually. Wherefore sufficient provision is made for the human multitude, if some betake themselves to carnal procreation, while others, abstaining from this, betake themselves to the contemplation of divine things, for the beauty and welfare of the whole human race. Thus too, in an army, some take sentry duty, others are standard bearers, and others fight with the sword. Yet all these things are necessary for the multitude, although they cannot be done by one person. Reply Obj. 2: The person who, beside the dictate of right reason, abstains from all pleasures through aversion, as it were, for pleasure as such is insensible as a country lout. But a virgin does not refrain from every pleasure, but only from that which is venereal, and abstains therefrom according to right reason, as stated above. Now the mean of virtue is fixed with reference, not to quantity, but to right reason, as stated in Ethic. ii, 6. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous (Ethic. iv, 3) that "in point of quantity he goes to the extreme, but in point of becomingness he follows the mean." Reply Obj. 3: Laws are framed according to what occurs more frequently. Now it seldom happened in olden times that anyone refrained from all venereal pleasure through love of the contemplation of truth, as Plato alone is related to have done. Hence it was not through thinking this a sin that he offered sacrifice, but "because he yielded to the false opinion of his fellow countrymen," as Augustine remarks (De Vera Relig. iii). Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether Virginity Is a Virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that virginity is not a virtue. For "no virtue is in us by nature," as the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 1). Now virginity is in us by nature, since all are virgins when born. Therefore virginity is not a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, whoever has one virtue has all the virtues, as stated above (I II, Q. 65, A. 1). Yet some have other virtues without having virginity. Else, since none can go to the heavenly kingdom without virtue, no one could go there without virginity, which would involve the condemnation of marriage. Therefore virginity is not a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, every virtue is recovered by penance. But virginity is not recovered by penance, wherefore Jerome says (Ep. 22): "Other things God can do, but He cannot restore the virgin after her downfall." Therefore seemingly virginity is not a virtue. Obj. 4: Further, no virtue is lost without sin. Yet virginity is lost without sin, namely by marriage. Therefore virginity is not a virtue. Obj. 5: Further, virginity is condivided with widowhood and conjugal purity. But neither of these is a virtue. Therefore virginity is not a virtue. On the contrary, Ambrose says (De Virgin. i, 3): "Love of virginity moves us to say something about virginity, lest by passing it over we should seem to cast a slight on what is a virtue of high degree." I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), the formal and completive element in virginity is the purpose of abstaining from venereal pleasure, which purpose is rendered praiseworthy by its end, in so far, to wit, as this is done in order to have leisure for divine things; while the material element in virginity is integrity of the flesh free from all experience of venereal pleasure. Now it is manifest that where a good action has a special matter through having a special excellence, there is a special kind of virtue. For example, magnificence, which is about great expenditure, is for this reason a special virtue distinct from liberality, which is about all uses of money in general. Now to keep oneself free from the experience of venereal pleasure has an excellence of its own, deserving of greater praise than keeping oneself free from inordinate venereal pleasure. Wherefore virginity is a special virtue, being related to chastity, as magnificence to liberality. Reply Obj. 1: Men have from their birth that which is material in virginity, namely integrity of the flesh and freedom from venereal experience. But they have not that which is formal in virginity, namely the purpose of safeguarding this integrity for God's sake, which purpose gives virginity its character of virtue. Hence Augustine says (De Virgin. 11): "Nor do we praise virgins for being virgins, but because their virginity is consecrated to God by holy continency." Reply Obj. 2: Virtues are connected together by reason of that which is formal in them, namely charity, or by reason of prudence, as stated above (Q. 129, A. 3, ad 2), but not by reason of that which is material in them. For nothing hinders a virtuous man from providing the matter of one virtue, and not the matter of another virtue. Thus a poor man has the matter of temperance, but not that of magnificence. It is in this way that one who has the other virtues lacks the matter of virginity, namely the aforesaid integrity of the flesh. Nevertheless he can have that which is formal in virginity, his mind being so prepared that he has the purpose of safeguarding this same integrity of the flesh, should it be fitting for him to do so; even as a poor man may be so prepared in mind as to have the purpose of being magnificent in his expenditure, were he in a position to do so; or again, as a prosperous man is so prepared in mind as to purpose bearing misfortune with equanimity, without which preparedness of the mind no man can be virtuous. Reply Obj. 3: Virtue can be recovered by penance as regards that which is formal in virtue, but not as that to which is material therein. For if a magnificent man has squandered all his wealth, he does not recover his riches by repenting of his sin. In like manner a person who has lost virginity by sin, recovers by repenting, not the matter of virginity, but the purpose of virginity. As regards the matter of virginity, there is that which can be miraculously restored by God, namely the integrity of the organ, which we hold to be accidental to virginity, while there is something else which cannot be restored even by miracle, to wit, that one who has experienced venereal lust should cease to have had that experience. For God cannot make that which is done not to have been done, as stated in the First Part (Q. 25, A. 4). Reply Obj. 4: Virginity as a virtue denotes the purpose, confirmed by vow, of observing perpetual integrity. For Augustine says (De Virgin. viii) that "by virginity integrity of the flesh is vowed, consecrated, and observed in honor of the Creator of both soul and flesh." Hence virginity, as a virtue, is never lost without sin. Reply Obj. 5: Conjugal chastity is deserving of praise merely because it abstains from unlawful pleasures. Hence no excellence attaches to it above that of chastity in general. Widowhood, however, adds something to chastity in general, but it does not attain to that which is perfect in this matter, namely to entire freedom from venereal pleasure. Virginity alone achieves this. Wherefore virginity alone is accounted a virtue above chastity, even as magnificence is reckoned above liberality. Fourth article. Whether virginity is more excellent than marriage? Objection 1: It would seem that virginity is not more excellent than marriage. For Augustine says (De Good Marriage xxii): "Continence was equally meritorious in John, who remained unmarried, and Abraham, who begot children." Now a greater virtue has greater merit. Therefore virginity is not a greater virtue than conjugal chastity. Obj. 2: Further, the praise accorded a virtuous man depends on his virtue. If, then, virginity were preferable to conjugal continence, it would seem to follow that every virgin is to be praised more than any married woman. But this is untrue. Therefore virginity is not preferable to marriage. Obj. 3: Further, the common good takes precedence of the private good, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. i, 2). Now marriage is directed to the common good: for Augustine says (De Good Marriage xvi): "What food is to a man's well-being, such is sexual intercourse to the welfare of the human race." On the other hand, virginity is ordered to the individual good, namely, in order to avoid what the Apostle calls the "tribulation of the flesh," to which married people are subject, according to 1 Cor. 7:28. Therefore virginity is not greater than conjugal continence. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Virginity xix): "Both solid reason and the authority of Holy Writ show that neither is marriage sinful, nor is it to be equalled to the good of virginal continence, or even to that of widowhood." I answer that, according to Jerome, the error of Jovinian consisted in holding virginity not to be preferable to marriage. This error is refuted above all by the example of Christ, who both chose a virgin for His mother, and remained Himself a virgin; and by the teaching of the Apostle who, in 1 Cor. 7, counsels virginity as the greater good. It is also refuted by reason, both because a Divine good takes precedence of a human good, and because the good of the soul is preferable to the good of the body; and again, because the good of the contemplative life is better than that of the active life. Now virginity is directed to the good of the soul in respect of the contemplative life, which consists in thinking on the things of God, whereas marriage is directed to the good of the body, namely the bodily increase of the human race, and belongs to the active life, since the man and woman who embrace the married life have to think on the things of the world, as the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 7:34. Without doubt, therefore, virginity is preferable to conjugal continence. Reply Obj. 1: Merit is measured not only by the kind of action, but still more by the mind of the agent. Now Abraham had a mind so disposed that he was prepared to observe virginity, if it were in keeping with the times for him to do so. Wherefore in him conjugal continence was equally meritorious with the virginal continence of John, as regards the essential reward, but not as regards the accidental reward. Hence Augustine says (De Bono xxi) that "both the celibacy of John and the marriage of Abraham fought Christ's battle in keeping with the difference of the times. But John was continent even in deed, whereas Abraham was continent only in habit." Reply Obj. 2: Though virginity is better than conjugal continence, a married person may be better than a virgin for two reasons. First, on the part of chastity itself, if, to wit, the married person is more prepared in mind to observe virginity, if it should be expedient, than the one who is actually a virgin. Hence Augustine (De Bono xxii) charges the virgin to say: "I am no better than Abraham, although the chastity of celibacy is better than the chastity of marriage." Further on he gives the reason for this: "For what I do now, he would have done better if it were fitting for him to do it then. And what they did I would even do now, if it behooved me now to do it." Secondly, because the person who is not a virgin has some more excellent virtue. Wherefore Augustine says (De Virgin. xliv): "Whence does a virgin know the things that belong to the Lord, however solicitous she be about them, if perchance on account of some mental fault she be not yet ripe for martyrdom, whereas this woman, to whom she delighted in preferring herself, is already able to drink the chalice of the Lord?" Reply Obj. 3: The common good takes precedence of the private good, if it be of the same genus. But it may be that the private good is better generically. It is thus that virginity that is consecrated to God is preferable to carnal fruitfulness. Hence Augustine says (De Virgin. ix): "It must be confessed that the fruitfulness of the flesh, even of those women who in these times seek not else from marriage but children in order to make them servants of Christ, cannot compensate for lost virginity." _______________________ FIFTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 5] Whether Virginity Is the Greatest of Virtues? Objection 1: It would seem that virginity is the greatest of virtues. For Cyprian says (De Virgin.): "We address ourselves now to the virgins. Sublime is their glory, but no less exalted is their vocation. They are a flower of the Church's sowing, the pride and ornament of spiritual grace, the most honored portion of Christ's flock." Obj. 2: Further, a greater reward is due to the greater virtue. Now the greatest reward is due to virginity, namely the hundredfold fruit, according to a gloss on Matt. 13:23. Therefore virginity is the greatest of the virtues. Obj. 3: Further, the more a virtue conforms us to Christ, the greater it is. Now virginity above all conforms us to Christ, for it is declared in the Apocalypse 14:4 that virgins "follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth," and in Apocalypse 14:3 that they sing "a new canticle," which "no other man could say." Therefore virginity is the greatest of the virtues. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Virgin. 46): "No one, methinks, would dare prefer virginity to martyrdom"; and (De Virgin. 45): "The authority of the Church informs the faithful in no uncertain manner, that they know in what place the martyrs and the holy virgins who have departed this life are commemorated in the sacrament of the altar." But we are given to understand that martyrdom, and also the monastic state, are preferable to virginity. I answer that, A thing may excel all others in two ways. First, in some particular genus, and thus virginity is most excellent, namely in the genus of chastity, since it surpasses the chastity both of widowhood and of marriage. And because comeliness is ascribed to chastity antonomastically, it follows that surpassing beauty is ascribed to chastity. Wherefore Ambrose says (De Virgin. 1:7): "Can anyone esteem any beauty greater than a virgin's, since she is beloved of her king, approved by her judge, dedicated to her Lord, consecrated to her God?" Secondly, a thing may be most excellent simply, and in this way virginity is not the most excellent of the virtues. Because the end always excels that which is directed to the end, and the more effectively a thing is directed to the end, the better it is. Now the end which renders virginity praiseworthy is that one may have leisure for divine things, as stated above (A. 4). Wherefore the theological virtues, as well as the virtue of religion, the acts of which consist in being occupied about divine things, are preferable to virginity. Moreover, martyrs work more mightily in order to cleave to God, and for this end they hold their own life in contempt; and those who dwell in monasteries, since for this end they give up their own will and all that they may possess, than virgins who renounce venereal pleasure for that same purpose. Therefore virginity is not simply the greatest of virtues. Reply Obj. 1: Virgins are "the more honored portion of Christ's flock," and "their glory more sublime," in comparison with widows and married women. Reply Obj. 2: The hundredfold fruit is ascribed to virginity, according to Jerome, on account of its superiority to widowhood, to which the sixtyfold fruit is ascribed, and to marriage, to which is ascribed the thirtyfold fruit. But according to Augustine, "the hundredfold fruit is given to martyrs, the sixtyfold to virgins, and the thirtyfold to married persons." Wherefore it does not follow that virginity is simply the greatest of virtues, but only in comparison with other degrees of chastity. Reply Obj. 3: Virgins "follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth," because they imitate Christ, by integrity not only of the mind but also of the flesh, as Augustine says (De Virgin. 27). Wherefore they follow the Lamb in more ways, but this does not imply that they follow more closely, because other virtues make us cleave to God more closely by imitation of the mind. The new hymn, which virgins alone sing, is their joy at having preserved integrity of the flesh. End of question 152. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 153 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 153. Of lust, in 5 articles. We must next consider the vice of lust, which is opposed to chastity. 1. Lust in general. 2. Its species. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, what is the matter of lust? Second, whether all copulation is unlawful. Third, whether lust is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether lust is a capital vice. Fifth, concerning its daughters. First article. Whether the matter of lust is only venereal desires and pleasures. Objection 1. It would seem that the matter of lust is not only venereal desires and pleasures. For Augustine says in Confessions 2:6 that "lust affects to be called surfeit and abundance." But surfeit regards meat and drink, while abundance refers to riches. Therefore lust is not properly about venereal desires and pleasures. Obj. 2: Further, it is written in Proverbs 20:1, "Wine is a lustful thing." Now wine is connected with pleasure of meat and drink. Therefore these would seem to be the matter of lust. Obj. 3: Further, lust is defined as the desire of wanton pleasure, according to Alexander of Hales. But wanton pleasure regards not only venereal matters, but also many others. Therefore lust is not only about venereal desires and pleasures. On the contrary, To the lustful it is said (De Vera Relig. iii), written by Augustine: "He that soweth in the flesh, of the flesh shall reap corruption." Now the sowing of the flesh refers to venereal pleasures. Therefore these belong to lust. I answer that, as Isidore says in his Etymologies x, "a lustful man is one who is debauched with pleasures." Now venereal pleasures, above all, debauch a man's mind. Therefore lust is especially concerned with such like pleasures. Reply Obj. 1: Even as temperance chiefly and properly applies to pleasures of touch, yet consequently and by a kind of likeness is referred to other matters, so too lust applies chiefly to venereal pleasures, which more than anything else work the greatest havoc in a man's mind, yet secondarily it applies to any other matters pertaining to excess. Hence a gloss on Gal. 5:19 says, "Lust is any kind of surfeit." Reply Obj. 2: Wine is said to be a lustful thing, either in the sense in which surfeit in any matter is ascribed to lust, or because the use of too much wine affords an incentive to venereal pleasure. Reply Obj. 3: although wanton pleasure applies to other matters, the name of lust has a special application to venereal pleasures, to which also wantonness is specially applicable, as Augustine remarks (De Civ. Dei xiv, 15, 16). Second article. Whether no venereal act can be without sin? Objection 1. It would seem that no venereal act can be without sin. For nothing but sin would seem to hinder virtue. Now every venereal act is a great hindrance to virtue, for Augustine says (Soliloq. i, 10): "I consider that nothing so casts down the manly mind from its height as the fondling of a woman and those bodily contacts." Therefore, seemingly, no venereal act is without sin. Obj. 2: Further, any excess that makes one forsake the good of reason is sinful, because virtue is corrupted by excess and deficiency, as stated in Ethic. ii, 2. Now in every venereal act there is excessive pleasure, since it so absorbs the mind that "it is incompatible with the act of understanding," as the Philosopher observes (Ethic. vii, 11), and as Jerome states, "rendered the hearts of the prophets, for the moment, insensible to the spirit of prophecy." Therefore no venereal act can be without sin. Obj. 3: Further, the cause is more powerful than its effect. Now original sin is transmitted to children by concupiscence, without which no venereal act is possible, as Augustine declares (De Marriage and Concupiscence i, 24). Therefore no venereal act can be without sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Bono xxv): "This is a sufficient answer to heretics, if only they will understand that no sin is committed in that which is against neither nature, nor morals, nor a commandment": and he refers to the act of sexual intercourse between the patriarchs of old and their several wives. Therefore not every venereal act is a sin. I answer that, a sin, in human acts, is that which is against the order of reason. Now the order of reason consists in its ordering everything to its end in a fitting manner. Wherefore it is no sin if one, by the dictate of reason, makes use of certain things in a fitting manner and order for the end to which they are adapted, provided this end be something truly good. Now just as the preservation of the bodily nature of one individual is a true good, so too is the preservation of the nature of the human species a very great good. And so just as the use of food is directed to the preservation of life in the individual, so is the use of venereal acts directed to the preservation of the whole human race. Hence Augustine says (De Bono xvi): "What food is to a man's well-being, such is sexual intercourse to the welfare of the whole human race." Wherefore, just as the use of food can be without sin, if it be taken in due manner and order, as required for the welfare of the body, so also the use of venereal acts can be without sin, provided they be performed in due manner and order, in keeping with the end of human procreation. Reply Obj. 1: A thing may be a hindrance to virtue in two ways. First, as regards the ordinary degree of virtue, and as to this, nothing but sin is an obstacle to virtue. Secondly, as regards the perfect degree of virtue, and as to this virtue may be hindered by that which is not a sin, but a lesser good. In this way sexual intercourse casts down the mind not from virtue, but from the height, that is, the perfection of virtue. Hence Augustine says (De Bono viii): "Just as that was good which Martha did when busy about serving holy men, yet better still that which Mary did in hearing the words of God. So too we praise the good of Susanna's conjugal chastity, yet we prefer the good of the widow Anna, and much more that of the Virgin Mary." Reply Obj. 2: As stated above in Q. 152, A. 2, Second Reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 64, A. 2, the mean of virtue depends not on quantity, but on conformity with right reason: and consequently the exceeding pleasure attaching to a venereal act directed according to reason is not opposed to the mean of virtue. Moreover, virtue is not concerned with the amount of pleasure experienced by the external sense, as this depends on the disposition of the body. What matters is how much the interior appetite is affected by that pleasure. Nor does it follow that the act in question is contrary to virtue, from the fact that the free act of reason in considering spiritual things is incompatible with the aforesaid pleasure. For it is not contrary to virtue, if the act of reason be sometimes interrupted for something that is done in accordance with reason: else it would be against virtue for a person to set himself to sleep. That venereal concupiscence and pleasure are not subject to the command and moderation of reason, is due to the punishment of the first sin, inasmuch as the reason, for rebelling against God, deserved that its body should rebel against it, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiii, 13). Reply Obj. 3: As Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiii, 13), "the child, shackled with original sin, is born of fleshly concupiscence, which is not imputed as sin to the regenerate, as of a daughter of sin." Hence it does not follow that the act in question is a sin, but that it contains something penal resulting from the first sin. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the Lust That Is About Venereal Acts Can Be a Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that lust about venereal acts cannot be a sin. For the venereal act consists in the emission of semen which is the surplus from food, according to the Philosopher (De Gener. Animal. i, 18). But there is no sin attaching to the emission of other superfluities. Therefore neither can there be any sin in venereal acts. Obj. 2: Further, everyone can lawfully make what use he pleases of what is his. But in the venereal act a man uses only what is his own, except perhaps in adultery or rape. Therefore there can be no sin in venereal acts, and consequently lust is no sin. Obj. 3: Further, every sin has an opposite vice. But seemingly no vice is opposed to lust. Therefore lust is not a sin. On the contrary, the cause is more powerful than its effect. Now wine is forbidden on account of lust, according to the saying of the Apostle (Eph. 5:18): "Be not drunk with wine, wherein is lust." Therefore lust is forbidden. Further, it is numbered among the works of the flesh (Gal. 5:19). I answer that, the more necessary a thing is, the more it behooves one to observe the order of reason in its regard: wherefore the more sinful it becomes if the order of reason be forsaken. Now the use of venereal acts, as stated in the foregoing article, is most necessary for the common good, namely, the preservation of the human race. Wherefore the necessity for observing the order of reason in this matter, so that if anything be done in this connection against the dictate of reason's ordering, it will be a sin. Now lust consists essentially in exceeding the order and mode of reason in the matter of venereal acts. Wherefore, without any doubt, lust is a sin. Reply Obj. 1: As the Philosopher says in the same book (On the Generation of Animals, 1:18), "the semen is a surplus that is needed." For it is said to be superfluous, because it is the residue from the action of the nutritive power, yet it is needed for the work of the generative power. But the other superfluities of the human body are such as not to be needed, so that it matters not how they are emitted, provided one observe the decencies of social life. It is different with the emission of semen, which should be accomplished in a manner befitting the end for which it is needed. Reply Obj. 2: As the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 6:20, in speaking against lust, "You are bought with a great price: glorify and bear God in your body." Wherefore, by inordinately using the body through lust, a man wrongs God, who is the supreme Lord of our body. Hence Augustine says in his Sermon 9: "God, who thus governs His servants for their good, not for His, made this order and commandment, lest unlawful pleasures should destroy His temple which thou hast begun to be." Reply Obj. 3: The opposite of lust is not found in many, since men are more inclined to pleasure. Yet the contrary vice is comprised under insensibility, and occurs in one who has such a dislike for sexual intercourse as not to pay the marriage debt. _Fourth article. Whether lust is a capital vice? Objection 1: It seems that lust is not a capital vice. For lust is apparently the same as uncleanness, according to a gloss on Eph. 5:3. But uncleanness is a daughter of gluttony, according to Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:45. Therefore lust is not a capital vice. Obj. 2: Further, Isidore says (De Summa Bono ii, 39) that "as pride of mind leads to the depravity of lust, so does humility of mind safeguard the chastity of the flesh." Now it is seemingly contrary to the nature of a capital vice to arise from another vice. Therefore lust is not a capital vice. Obj. 3: Further, lust is caused by despair, according to Eph. 4:19, "Who despairing have given themselves up to lasciviousness." But despair is not a capital vice. Indeed, it is accounted a daughter of sloth, as stated above (Q. 35, A. 4, ad 2). Much less therefore is lust a capital vice. On the contrary, Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:45 places lust among the capital vices. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 148, A. 5; as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae (Q. 84, AA. 3, 4), a capital vice is one that has a very desirable end, so that through desire for that end a man proceeds to commit many sins, all of which are said to arise from that vice as from a principal vice. Now the end of lust is venereal pleasure, which is very great. Wherefore this pleasure is very desirable as regards the sensitive appetite, both on account of the intensity of the pleasure, and because such like concupiscence is connatural to man. Therefore it is evident that lust is a capital vice. Reply Obj. 1: As stated above in Q. 148, A. 6, according to some, the uncleanness which is reckoned a daughter of gluttony is a certain uncleanness of the body, and thus the objection is not to the point. If, however, it denote the uncleanness of lust, we must reply that it is caused by gluttony materially, in so far as gluttony provides the bodily matter of lust, and not under the aspect of final cause, in which respect chiefly the capital vices are said to be the causes of others. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above in Q. 132, A. 4, first reply, when we were treating of vainglory, pride is accounted the common mother of all sins, so that even the capital vices originate therefrom. Reply Obj. 3: Certain persons refrain from lustful pleasures chiefly through hope of the glory to come, which hope is removed by despair, so that the latter is a cause of lust as removing an obstacle thereto, not as its direct cause: whereas this is seemingly necessary for a capital vice. _______________________ FIFTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 5] Whether the Daughters of Lust Are Fittingly Described? Objection 1: It would seem that the daughters of lust are unfittingly reckoned to be blindness of mind, thoughtlessness, inconstancy, rashness, self-love, hatred of God, love of this world, and abhorrence or despair of a future world. For mental blindness, thoughtlessness, and rashness pertain to imprudence, which is to be found in every sin, even as prudence is in every virtue. Therefore they should not be reckoned especially as daughters of lust. Obj. 2: Further, constancy is reckoned a part of fortitude, as stated above in Q. 128, sixth reply, and in Q. 137, A. 3. But lust is contrary, not to fortitude, but to temperance. Therefore inconstancy is not a daughter of lust. Obj. 3: Further, self-love extending to the contempt of God is the origin of every sin, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 28). Therefore it should not be accounted a daughter of lust. Obj. 4: Further, Isidore mentions four, namely, obscene, scurrilous, wanton, and foolish talking. Therefore the aforesaid enumeration would seem to be superfluous. On the contrary, stands the authority of Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:45. I answer that, when the lower powers are strongly moved towards their objects, the result is that the higher powers are hindered and disordered in their acts. Now the effect of the vice of lust is that the lower appetite, namely the concupiscible, is most vehemently intent on its object, to wit, the object of pleasure, on account of the vehemence of the pleasure. Consequently the higher powers, namely the reason and the will, are most grievously disordered by lust. Now the reason has four acts in matters of action. First, there is simple understanding, which apprehends some end as good, and this act is hindered by lust, according to Dan. 13:56: "Beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath perverted thy heart." In this respect we have blindness of mind. The second act is counsel about what is to be done for the sake of the end, and this is also hindered by the concupiscence of lust. Hence Terence says (Act 1, Scene 1) of his eunuchs, speaking of lecherous love: "This thing admits of neither counsel nor moderation: thou canst not control it by counselling." In this respect there is rashness, which denotes absence of counsel, as stated above (Q. 53, A. 3). The third act is judgment about things to be done, and this again is hindered by lust. For it is said of the lustful old men (Dan. 13:9): "They perverted their own mind, that they might not remember just judgments." In this respect there is thoughtlessness. The fourth act is the reason's command about the thing to be done, and this is also impeded by lust, in so far as, through being carried away by concupiscence, a man is hindered from doing what his reason ordered to be done. To this inconstancy must be referred. Hence Terence says, again (Act 1, Scene 1) of eunuchs, of a man who declared that he would leave his mistress: "One little false tear would undo those words." On the part of the will there results a twofold inordinate act. One is the desire for the end, to which we refer self-love, which regards the pleasure which a man desires inordinately, while on the other hand there is hatred of God, by reason of His forbidding the desired pleasure. The other act is the desire for the things directed to the end. With regard to this there is love of this world, whose pleasures a man desires to enjoy, while on the other hand there is despair of a future world, because through being held back by carnal pleasures, he cares not to obtain spiritual pleasures, since they are distasteful to him. Reply Obj. 1: According to the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 5), intemperance is the chief corruptive of prudence: wherefore the vices opposed to prudence arise chiefly from lust, which is the principal species of intemperance. Reply Obj. 2: The constancy, which is a part of fortitude, regards hardships and objects of fear. But constancy in refraining from pleasures pertains to continence, which is a part of temperance, as stated above (Q. 143). Hence the inconstancy, which is opposed thereto, is to be reckoned a daughter of lust. Nevertheless, even the first named inconstancy arises from lust, inasmuch as the latter enfeebles a man's heart and renders it effeminate, according to Hosea 4:11: "Fornication, and wine, and drunkenness take away the heart." Vegetius too says that "the less a man knows of the pleasures of life, the less he fears death." Nor is there any need, as we have repeatedly stated, for the daughters of a capital vice to agree with it in matter. Cf. Q. 35, A. 4, ad 2; Q. 118, A. 8, ad 1; Q. 148, A. 6. Reply Obj. 3: Self-love in respect of any goods that a man desires for himself is the common origin of all sins. But in the special point of desiring carnal pleasures for oneself, it is reckoned a daughter of lust. Reply Obj. 4: The sins mentioned by Isidore are inordinate external acts, pertaining in the main to speech, wherein there is a fourfold inordinateness. First, on account of the matter, and to this we refer obscene words. For since "out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh" according to Matthew 12:34: "The lustful man, who is full of lewd concupiscences, readily breaks out into lewd words." Secondly, on account of the cause: for since lust causes thoughtlessness and rashness, the result is that it makes a man speak without weighing or giving a thought to his words, which are described as scurrilous. Thirdly, on account of the end: for since the lustful man seeks pleasure, he directs his speech thereto, and so gives utterance to wanton words. Fourthly, on account of the sentiments expressed by his words: for through causing blindness of mind, lust perverts a man's sentiments, and so he gives way to "foolish talking," for instance, by expressing a preference for the pleasures he desires to anything else. End of question 153. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 145 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording.